Holy smokes. Happy New Year. 2026 is here. We made it. Congratulations, everybody, for making it through the longest year on recorded history. I don't know if that's true or not, but it is. It has to be. I think when scientists go back, they will find out that for the first time ever, 1 year lasted 7 years. Really? This hat would be green. This would be a green hat. I'm going for the park ranger look today. Somebody told me. Almost got in a fight at McDonald's this morning. 6 a.m. is too early to try and fight somebody at McDonald's, but an old man tried to fight me because I told him to relax. He was yelling at the single McDonald's worker at 6 a.m. that he didn't get his bag of ice quickly enough. And I told him to relax, and he freaked the fuck out. So it's been a good morning. But I felt strong in my park ranger outfit. I felt like I was law enforcement at the time. I swear to God, it really happened. It was the craziest thing. He got so mad. Hi.
It must be kind of like what ice must feel like.
Yeah, maybe. He's just screaming. He was screaming, and he's like, he turned around and he pointed at this lady, and he's like, she's not doing shit. And she was literally helping like these 3 older gentlemen figure out how to use like the touch screen, because McDonald's has a touch screen for older people, and that's a problem. And I was like, dude, relax, she's working. And he just freaked out and started yelling at me. So anyways, we almost got in a fight this morning.
Exciting.
What'd you say?
That's how to keep things exciting.
Yeah, it was wild. I hate that more than anything. Everybody knows I can't keep my mouth shut, but I hate when people think they could just yell at the workers for like a mild inconvenience. And I never keep my mouth shut, so that's what happened this morning.
Yeah, it's one of those things about certain people who
say it.
People who are mean was fast food workers or servers. They irritate the shit out of me.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something about me not being able to keep my mouth shut.
Well, I mean that's enough. Well, I know that. So.
Good morning. How was your New Year?
It was quiet. It was fine.
Quiet. Good.
Yeah. It's as exciting as yours. So neither one of us had plans.
I know, that's crazy, but you did text me about your New Year's kiss. Do you want to tell everybody?
You're so dumb. You were so dumb.
It was the way Jen explained it. It was very romantic. I was happy for Jen. W Jen in the chat for getting some on New Year's.
You're so stupid. So stupid. Anyways, so stupid. The stupidest out there. But anyway, no, definitely not. So we've been over this. No
so
dates.
the W's are speaking, Jen. They're happy for you. It's
yeah,
fine.
That's fine.
It's fine, Jen.
You're just out here lying again in the beginning of the new year.
People are happy. She called me at 12:07. It was like, you'll never believe what just happened, she said. I said, what? She said, I might be in love.
Oh, right. Got it. Okay. That's fine. If that's how we want to start this new year off, that's fine.
Might as well.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
What did you actually do for New Year's?
No, I didn't do anything. I don't necessarily like going out, when most often that people are out kind of probably drunk driving and stuff like that. So I try not to, those holidays where people like to be intoxicated.
Did you stay awake until, somebody, I don't know if you saw what Chopper Lie said. It made me laugh.
I'll go find it. Does Chopper Lie need to be muted?
I don't think
Oh,
so.
wait, yeah.
I don't think this is directed at you.
No, it's directed at you.
Yeah,
No.
it's fine.
In fairness, though, there was the other day. When Jay decided to go play with his MAGA friends, I did tell him that to remind him we had a show the next day, and he did call me that. So I wasn't lying.
Wait, what? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking
Remember
about.
when I messaged you when you were up playing on Admir's Live? I had reminded you there's shows next day, and you called me mom.
Oh yeah, that's true. I did do that. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, why don't you get the show started since you're out here lying already? Might as well keep going.
Might as well. All right. Thanks, Jed. Good morning, everybody. I'm just going to tell you in advance. Today is going to be boring for a lot of you. We're going to watch a ton of Jack Smith's testimony, and I didn't clip it because I want you to watch it with me. I don't know I think I watched it on New Year's Day, and I had plans, and I skipped my plans because I started watching Jack Smith's testimony, and it's fucking incredible. Trump was going to lose both of those cases. He was going to lose the January 6th case, and he was going to lose the Mar-a-Lago documents case. And when you watch him testify and you hear Republicans attempt and give like what their defense would have been, it's pretty obvious that he was going to lose. And by the way, that prosecution is just delayed. If Trump lives through his entire presidency, that prosecution can come back. However, I think J.D. Vance is just going to pardon him on the way out. I have this sneaking suspicion that they'll pull something slick and like Trump will resign and then J.D. Vance will pardon him or something like that. Or if J.D. Vance doesn't win, they'll just do a last minute pardon. They're probably not going to do anything about that. But it's incredible and it's vindicating and validating. And you get to listen to Jim Jordan be speechless, which is beautiful. The entire defense is literally just like, but don't you think it was kind of unfair? And that's the whole thing. So MAGA's not going to stick around a lot today. It's going to take up 90% of our live. I don't even know if we'll get to Friendly Friday, but this is my Friendly Friday gift. My Friendly Friday gift today is that we are doing an entire show that MAGA's not going to want to sit around for. They need some drama, and we're not going to really give it to them today. So that's my gift to you. Welcome to the new year. It's good to be here. This is going to be our best year yet. I wanted to show a couple clips. There's some news today. Obviously, Mamdani was sworn in. I'll play you a couple of clips from that. But I came across this clip, ironically, today as MAGA is screaming Sharia law, and they are. I don't know why all of a sudden today they're like, we're so fucked today. Look at like you knew this already. You all knew that Mamdani was going to be sworn in. You should have known he was going to swear in on the Quran. But they held on to all their hot takes till today. And they're talking about the rights being taken away from Americans in Sharia law. And at the same time, we have this happening. This is a man named Shlomo Kramer. He is an Israeli man. He owns a company called Cato Networks. He co-founded a software company called Checkpoint Software. And it is used by our government regularly, especially in defense. And here's what he's advocating for this morning while his friends are all saying that Mamdani is going to take our rights away.
I know it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it. And quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need...
Son of a bitch video. I'll start it over. Sorry, guys. Thank you.
I know it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it. And quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that...
We need to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it. We need to take control of the platforms, and then we need to stack rank the authenticity of the people on that app. This is Shlomo, what's his Shlomo Kramer. If you remember, Benjamin Netanyahu said this just a couple of, maybe a month ago, said that the most important thing they did was force the sale of TikTok to somebody who's friendly to Israel. Am I sure he's not Israeli? I'm certain that he is Israeli. He's definitely Israeli.
Expresses themselves online and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government.
The government should
control the social media.
Yeah. I know it's
The government should control social media and take control over what they're saying based on our ranking system. I'm just saying, like, if we're worried about foreign influence, if we're worried about people's allegiance to a religion and what that means for rights in America, perhaps the Zionists are a problem. Perhaps. Thanks, Indio. Are you just coming in to get muted today? What are you doing? RTP's a girl. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. That's sweet. I'm pretty. All right. Thank you for that. And you using the word girl means you and your friends. That's probably the only way you'd be interested, is if I was a young girl. All right. Somebody said, did I see that Nick Shirley got exposed for being a liar? It's like you're reading my mind. Here is our next clip here. Nick Shirley is a liar. Everybody knew he was a liar, but now it's been confirmed multiple times, and he is on a rampage this morning. He is just going through every clip that says his name and saying that, like, the left is just afraid of him because he's telling the truth and they can't prove that he's lying. Here's proof that he was lying.
This is ABC Learning Center in Minneapolis.
They have to learn ABC and numbers.
Director Ahmed Hassan gave WCCO a tour after finding his daycare in the national spotlight.
All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center.
In a now viral video, right-wing YouTuber Nick Shirley claims nearly a dozen daycare centers in Minnesota are taking public...
Just go ahead and mute Indio. Just actually block them forever. Just mods, you can just block Indio forever. That's fine. I don't need those people.
Funds, but not providing a service. He says ABC Learning Center is one of them, knocking on the door in mid-December.
I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Hassan says his employee didn't respond because Shirley was in a group of about 8 people, and his staff were concerned about recent ICE activity.
Is this daycare committing fraud?
No, we're not committing fraud.
Hassan showed us security footage from the same day Shirley was here. According to the timestamps in the videos, this woman takes a young child into the center at around 9 a.m. that day, about 3 hours before Shirley arrives at the door closer to the street. Within the hour after Shirley leaves, a woman arrives at the other door with a stroller. A larger family heads inside a few hours later. Tuesday afternoon, WCCO found at least a dozen children at ABC Learning Center, which is licensed with the state. Records show Minnesota officials last visited the daycare in November, noting some corrected and ongoing violations related to day-to-day operations, but no record of fraud.
What did I do? I'm just a typical human being who wants to live and do the right thing. I have kids to feed.
Umi Hassan, the daycare's current owner, believes these latest fraud accusations are political. Both she and Hassan are Somali Americans.
We pay our taxes. We do whatever we can to be a law-abiding citizen. At the same time, when one Somali does something wrong, we all get collective punishment.
And I appreciate it. Thank you for being here, Patriots. This is the fragility of MAGA. They want so desperately to believe any negative story that when you fact check the actual story, they change the narrative and say you're sticking up for Somalis instead of taxpayers. These are taxpayers, you dumb motherfucker. Did you not just hear her? Everybody here that runs these businesses are taxpayers. And did Nick Shirley provide any evidence of fraud at this center? No. He went there and he said there's no children here. And now they've shown evidence that he said that there were children there. So his only claim was actually that there were no children there. And that's how he was proving fraud. He showed how much money they got and said there were no children here. Well, how much money they got is public record, and there were children there. So, Patriot, we're going to give you a chance here. Can you explain to me what I'm getting wrong here? If Nick said that there weren't children there, and there are children there, and we're correcting that, can you just explain to us, all of us here, because we're interested, we would like to know how this means that we're standing up for fraudsters. Who's the fraudster here? Which one of these people was convicted of fraud or has any evidence of fraud? You want to explain that? You do have to talk to me, by the way, or else we get rid of you. We're going to go heavy on the blocks or the mutes today. RJ, you can't hit the request button on TikTok today. It doesn't work with Streamlabs. You got to go through Discord. No, nothing there. All right, cool. This is every Republican today, and this is I think this is one of the really scary things about where our country is an obvious a story that has obvious lies in it being exposed makes Republicans mad at the people who are exposing it. Right, like that's my biggest concern in watching all of this. I knew that they were going to fall for some dumb shit. We've all watched them fall for dumb shit over and over and over again. The problem that we have now is they have become so lost in the sauce that when the story is corrected, they believe it more, and they get even more angry at the people who correct the story. There's real fraud in Minnesota. There's real fraud in every single state, and it should be investigated. But Nick didn't uncover fraud here. He lied about these people. And these people now are all getting death threats. And that doesn't bother any of you. That doesn't bother any of MAGA. Oh, it's fine. They deserve their death threats for committing fraud. Yeah, but they didn't commit fraud. There's no evidence of fraud. Oh, now you're standing up for the fraudsters. No, they didn't commit fraud. You have to show evidence of fraud. Nick Shirley showed evidence of fraud. No, he showed that there were children. Or that there were no children, and now we know there were children, so he lied about that. Oh, you're standing up for the fraudsters. And then it's around and around and around and around. They just so desperately want to be angry and act like victims that no amount of correcting this will change that for them. FBI, I've been arresting and prosecuting Minnesota fraudsters long before Nick's video. Yeah, Tony, exactly.
Shirley's video now approaching 2.3 million views on YouTube alone. They say they are getting nonstop phone calls harassing them.
Uh-oh, Sam. We're gonna break all of you guys today. You might not be here for very long. Sam, what evidence did Nick provide of fraud? Can you explain that to me? What's the evidence? Because I watched his videos, and he holds up a paper that's publicly available that says this is how much money they got. And then he knocks on the door, and because nobody answers, he says there's no kids. Where's the fraud, Sam? Isn't it crazy how every fucking day we just got done explaining exactly what they'll do. We explained that Nick lied, and they're like, "Oh, so you're covering for fraudsters," and then they just did it immediately. Sam, there were no kids. Sam, are you watching this fucking video? All right, we'll rewind it. Sam, maybe you just got here. We'll rewind the video for you.
Was in a group of. He says ABC Learning Center is one of them, knocking on the door in mid-December.
I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Hassan says his employee didn't respond because Shirley was in a group of about 8 people, and his staff were concerned about recent ICE activity.
Is this daycare committing fraud?
No, we're not committing fraud.
Hassan showed us security footage from the same day Shirley was here.
All right,
According
Sam.
to the
What's this? Is that a kid?
timestamps in the videos, this woman takes a young child into the center at around 9 a.m. that day. About
So 3 hours before Nick got there, kids were going in. Here's Nick. You can see, obviously, at a different entrance, not the entrance where the kids go in.
3 hours before Shirley arrives at the door closer to the street. Within the hour after Shirley leaves, a woman arrives at the other door with a stroller. A larger family heads inside a few hours later. Tuesday afternoon.
All right, so there's kids going in. Now, if you want to say, oh, that's just that stage, well, let's see. Were there kids in the daycare on the same day? This is security footage from the same day. Obviously, they're going to blur out the kids' faces. Same day.
WCCO found at least a dozen children at ABC Learning Center, which is licensed with the state. Records show Minnesota officials last visited the daycare in November.
Are those
noting
kids,
some
Sam? Where's Sam? Sam, are those kids? I need you, Sam, to answer this, or we got to get rid of you.
and ongoing violations related to day-to-day operations, but no record of fraud.
What did I do?
Oh, J-Mo's doing it too. J-Mo, where's the fraud? We're going to block all you today. You have to tell us what the fucking fraud is. You have to tell us what the fucking fraud is. Nick said the fraud is there's no kids. There's fucking kids. What is the fraud, please?
I'm just a typical human being who wants to live and do the right thing. I have kids to feed.
Umi Hassan, the daycare's current owner, believes these latest fraud accusations are political. Both she and Hassan are Somali Americans.
We pay our taxes. We do whatever we can to be a law-abiding citizen. At the same time, when one Somali does something wrong, we all get collective punishment.
With Shirley's video now approaching 2.3 million views on YouTube alone, they say they are getting non-stop phone calls harassing them.
I was looking for a place for my granddaughter.
With many of those calls attached to out-of-state phone numbers.
They normally say, knock, knock, we're gonna come. You're gonna arrest, something like that.
Hassan says they turned over attendance records.
None of them work. They're at work. They're at work. And what do you mean none of them? What do you mean them? Real quick, DMC. What did you mean by none of them? You mean Somalis? Are you saying Somalis don't work? Did you know that close to 70% of the people, the Somali residents who are getting some sort of government assistance also work full time? Did you know that? Oh, Somalian. Yeah, we get it. It's Somalis. It's not Somalian. But did you know that 70% of them that get government benefits also work full time? You're showing a place of employment. We're showing a place of employment where people are working right now. This is more evidence of you guys only believe what you want to believe in the face of reality. Like, we're showing you kids. This is concrete, irrefutable evidence that Nick Shirley lied, and you'll still leave this going, yeah, Nick Shirley told the truth. That's how do you even argue this?
To comply with the Department of Homeland Security request. They're now waiting to hear back. CBS News is reviewing records related to the same daycares. All but 2 have active licenses. And Aaron, while the active places have violations related to safety or staff training.
Yes, concrete. Those are children. These are children in the daycare. The day that Nick said there were no children at the daycare, this is children at the daycare. That is concrete evidence that Nick Shirley is wrong. Unless what are you saying here? That these aren't real children?
Afternoon, WCCO found at least a dozen children at ABC Learning Center.
No, not only 2 have active licenses. Want to hear it? Here, listen to it again. You struggle. You're on the struggle
Knock,
bus
knock,
here,
we're
bud.
gonna come, thing like that.
They turned over attendance records to comply with the Department of attendance records.
Like that.
Hassan says they turned over attendance records to comply with the Department of Homeland Security request. They're now waiting to hear back. CBS News is reviewing records related to the same daycares. All but 2 have active licenses. And Aaron,
all but 2 have active licenses, not only 2. So admit that you were wrong about that, or you got to go. All but 2. And the 2 that don't have active licenses, there's no evidence that they are operating. We need somebody to tell the truth, and it's not Nick Shirley. And just a reminder that all of this information that Nick Shirley had, those printouts, that was somebody else's reporting. They stole somebody else's reporting. And if you say like, oh, well, he took the reporting and he went and knocked on doors. No, that's been done too. That was done a year ago. We all knew this. We've covered that. I covered this before Nick Shirley covered it. The only reason that you guys, that Nick Shirley blew up is because immigration. That's why. Because you hate immigrants. That's why. Because it's all been covered before. You've never seen it before. But why now? It's a hatred of immigrants. It's racism. It's bigotry. It's xenophobia. Every time you guys have an opportunity to show that you're racist and you get to feel justified, you take the bait. How many, like, you go on Facebook, my friends that like aren't political, they're all making jokes about fraud. I'm going to start a daycare center. One of my good friends, he runs a solar company, and not good friend, I guess. He runs a solar company, and he put up like a joking, like, I'm going to quit this solar. I'm going to quit solar. I found a new business. I'm going to invest in daycare centers. I don't have to do any work. He owns his own solar company because he worked for a solar company that went bankrupt for fraud, for stealing government money, setting up like fake accounts and getting checks back from the government. And that's why their company went under. Massive fraud. It was like $300 million worth of fraud from one company. He didn't make any jokes about that. There were no jokes about fraud there. Elon Musk did fraud with his solar company. They literally took all this money that they were bringing in from the government. They gutted Solar City for parts, walked out of there with a profit, and left everybody else hanging the bag or holding the bag. No comment about fraud there. We did the math the other day. You can go back and watch our show on Wednesday. The amount of money that we lose every single year from corporate fraud and tax fraud is about $700 billion. People, like, we're talking about, they say that it could be $8 billion in fraud in Minnesota. I've seen no breakdown that gets anywhere close to that number. I think it's going to be hundreds of millions, which, again, just to be clear, it's bad. It's a problem. It should be prosecuted. It is being prosecuted. Was being prosecuted long before Nick Shirley did this episode. But you'll notice that the same people upset at this will never talk about corporate fraud. In fact, if I bring up corporate fraud, I'm going to guess that there's people in the audience right now saying, so this fraud's okay because it's smaller? Nope. All fraud bad. All fraud bad. Big fraud bad. Small fraud bad. Lying also bad. Nick Shirley's a liar.
Well, all
right, moving on. We're not going to spend all day on Nick Shirley because I was talking to Ash the other day. Ash has helped me do a T-shirt, which we'll roll out here soon. And she was saying that she was listening into the live, and she was laughing at how many times we stopped the live and said, fraud is bad. Prosecute fraud. There is fraud in Minnesota. Everybody should go to jail. Because like every 5 minutes, some Republican would be like, oh, so you don't care about fraud? Fraud bad. Everybody say it with me together. Fraud bad. Prosecute fraud. Fraud bad. Prosecute fraud. All fraud. We should prosecute all the fraud, big, small, all of it. We should be outraged at all fraud. Perhaps we should be more outraged at big fraud than small fraud, but Republicans only mad about smaller fraud because smaller fraud, Somali fraud. Notice none of these Republicans are bringing up that the ringleaders appear to be, one of the ringleaders is a white woman. You know why this happened, if we're being honest? The Somali people in these communities, including the ones that helped commit fraud, were targeted. You think they came to our country with an understanding of how to commit welfare fraud? Think that's what happened? When you look at the people who benefited the most from this, it keeps being like white people. It keeps being people that look like they were taking advantage of poor communities. That's what all these welfare frauds do. That's what Rick Scott did in Florida in his company. They prey on poor communities. You know how I know that? Because these types of benefits only go to poor communities. So you find people that go into these communities, and most of the time it's no different than what we saw in COVID when you saw a bunch of wealthy people buying up doctors' offices and dentist offices. And then when the dentist offices aren't pulling enough capital, they cut back on staffing, they cut back on hours, they cut back on services because they care about making their money first before protecting people. And that's what happens in all of these fraud schemes. It is a real problem. It's one more reason why the government shouldn't be privatizing all of this stuff. We shouldn't be privatizing like the grant process. You shouldn't have people who are paid to go and write grant proposals that then get a portion off the top to write those grant proposals. There's a ton of fraud in getting government contracts, including in Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid. These frauds are rampant. But it seems like the only time this version of MAGA cares is when it's immigrants. A lot of these people, imagine some of these people that they have a daycare that they're going to now, and these daycares are in good standing. Again, like you said, out of those daycares that Nick Shirley went to, all of them have active licenses. A handful of them have violations, but the violations are just like, I know I talked about one the other day. It was like a crib. The person that had the daycare, there was a crib, and you have to keep the warranty information on the crib, like the paperwork for the warranty, or else it falls under the category of a violation. And when you go and you look through their violations, like there were two. One of them was something about like a sink, and the other one was just like they didn't keep proper documentation for the warranty for a crib. So again, I'm fine with fraud. I'm fine with Nick Shirley doing investigative journalism and finding fraud. The problem is he just kind of like brushed the surface and made a bunch of blanket statements about fraud. And apparently Republicans aren't really interested in finding out what the fraud was. Is there fraud? How they actually perpetrated the fraud? Because every time I've asked somebody here, what was the fraud that Nick uncovered? They say no kids. And then I show them a video of kids and they're like, no, you're just jealous. I don't know what to do with you guys. Your brains are broken. But I think there's less of you than we think. Here's from the Quality Learning Center. Just one more. This is from the same. Wait. What happened to that link? See, this link broke. Oh, yeah, here you go.
Was Quality Learning Center. The people operating it would not speak with us, but we did talk to a mother dropping off her kids.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
We spoke with another woman who says she owns the building that houses the daycare. She says they've been operating there since 2017. New tonight, this child care facility says it's dealing with the fallout of.
No, we're not saying it's fake. Let me help you with this. Yeah, Shirley goes to a bunch of empty daycares and you just say it's fake. He went outside of business hours. If you go to a business that is closed, there's not going to be people there. And secondarily, you have no right to enter a daycare. If somebody showed up with a camera to a daycare my kid was at and they let them in, I would pull my kid from that daycare immediately. You don't get to come in and film my kids at daycare.
Fraud allegations. The Nokomis Daycare Center in Minneapolis says vandals did extensive damage there overnight. They believe divisive and hateful rhetoric toward the Somali community is to blame. We expect to learn some more details tomorrow. And Connor, thank you so much.
Right. There you go. So that's the evidence that we have so far. What's crazy is that like there's ongoing prosecutions. And these prosecutions, which have already started, when inevitably some of these people are found guilty, MAGA will be like, "See, Nick Shirley was right." Even though it's not going to be any of these centers that he visited. In order for Nick Shirley to be right, one of these centers is going to have to go down for fraud. If none of these centers he went to go down for fraud, then he was wrong, right? Can we at least agree on that? Check the garbage can. No garbage, no kids. How about, yeah. Desperation, Larry. You're getting desperate, bud. Good to see you, dude. All right, let's move on from this today. Let's talk about Mamdani. Mamdani's speech was great. If you guys saw it, I'm not going to play a lot of it, but I just wanted to show the response. This was I actually made a TikTok about this morning. This I forget her name. Her name is Kaya Willis. She is a contributor at Free Black Thought and the OBJ STD Institute. I'm not sure what that is. It is a wild take, though. It is a bad take of a lifetime.
Rigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. If our
New York, I promise you do not want this. People are cheering because of a common misconception. A lot of people believe that individualism means isolating yourself, doing things alone, and just hating working with other people. While I think collectivism means working as a team, having strong relationships with your friends and family, and just generally being nice to people. And that
people think that's what collectivism means because that's what collectivism is. That's why people think that. That's the definition of collectivism. Like, let me pull up the definition here. It's literally what the definition is. And so MAGA is twisting themselves in pretzels right now, redefining words so that they can oppose Mamdani. Collectivism, let me pull this up here. A psychological, ethical, and social perspective that emphasizes collective relationship networks in contrast to individualism.
That all sounds great on the surface, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But that's not what these terms mean at all.
Oh.
Individualism means recognizing that people are individuals. It means recognizing that you and other people have your own values, talents, dreams, and personalities. And it means letting
True. That's true.
people live their lives according to those individual traits. So
True.
as an individualist, you can choose to work as a team to have great relationships with your friends and family, but the thing is those
And if you choose as an individualist to work with a group of people, that's collectivism. That's what that would mean.
those relationships are chosen based on who they are as people. While collectivism means treating people like NPCs, like cogs in a machine. People are treated and judged based on superficial labels like race, age, income, nationality, or, some other fact about them that tells you nothing about who they are as a person.
That's not collectivism. Yeah, exactly, Mel. So confidently wrong. That's not collectivism. It's also not individualism. It's just what she is calling collectivism. You want to talk about a fucking NPC? By the way, she's clearly reading this. She's clearly just reading this off of a script. This is NPC.
Now, I know someone's going to come into my comments and say, but when Mamdani talks about collectivism, he's just talking about teamwork, not all that other bad stuff, but let's...
Not all that other bad stuff that I just made up. Nothing she said about collectivism fits the definition of collectivism. This is where we're at. MAGA takes a word, but ironically for the people that are like, what is a woman? They sure seem to change words a lot.
Remember that Mamdani is a self-proclaimed socialist. And
Correct.
Yes,
He's actually a democratic socialist, if we're going to be more specific. And he says that openly.
Socialism encourages teamwork, but with who and based on what? Under socialism, the government chooses your teams, but the government doesn't know who you are.
No, it doesn't. You can work for whoever you want under socialism. You just get to own your labor. The government doesn't choose who you work with under socialism. Certainly not democratic socialism. There would be no place. What would the democratic part be in democratic socialism? If you're not making choices, what's the democratic part of that?
Want out of life. So when socialists like Mamdani make decisions for you or for the good of society, they are not treating you as an individual. They are treating you as a cog in the machine.
Yes, that's how government works. That's how laws work. You don't write laws for individuals. You write laws for the collective, for everybody. She's just explaining what government is right now.
And therefore, they can't make decisions that are best for you and for your life. They don't even know you. I mean, think about it this way.
Correct.
Which sounds warmer? Being surrounded by people who you chose to be in your life because they share your values and make your life better as you try to achieve your goals and your dreams?
That's collectivism. She just described collectivism again. She's incorrectly calling that individualism. This is what she just said is collectivism. Choosing to work together.
Or letting some politician determine how you live your life when they have no idea who you are and they're not able to read your mind. If you prefer
that would be autocracy or fascism or authoritarianism.
For option 2 and don't...
Robert, explaining something to a black woman as a white person is not white-splaining. It's explaining. It's correcting. Don't try and play identity politics with words that you don't understand. You are allowed to correct. I, as a white man, am allowed to correct a black woman on her using these words incorrectly. Or are you just one of those people who thinks that you can't do that? It's almost every single term you seem to not understand.
Want to outsource your decisions to some bureaucrat? Congratulations, you're an individualist, and Mamdani is not your friend.
Now, I did some research. And I found not a lot of people talk about this, but there is a government document that was around. It came around in the 1700s and isn't often cited, but it and I wish people knew about it. It seems to have got, especially like in red states, people don't seem to know what this is. But I found proof that our founding fathers were collectivists. I found proof. Show it. Let me get the image up here. Share this with your friends, by the way. I don't know why they're not teaching this in school. Is this it? God, everything's like on Etsy. All right, there we go. Click on it. All right. This is called the preamble to the Constitution. This is crazy. Have you guys heard of the Constitution? It's wild. So the preamble, it's at the beginning. And what the preamble does is it tells you basically the goals of the document. And it lays out what the goals are going to be. Check this out. This is crazy. Who knew our founding fathers were socialist communist scum? We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union. What is a union? MAGA, what would you call a definition of a union? How would you define that? Well, the dictionary definition is the action or fact of joining or being joined. I mean, collectivism. Oh, okay. So we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, which would be a collective, establish justice. I don't know why this is all fucked up in the writing. Ensure domestic tranquility. So what are they going to do? Oh, they're going to do justice. So that's, policing. That's going to have like a judicial system. Ensure domestic tranquility. So collectively, we're going to have justice and we're going to promote peace. Provide for the common defense. That sounds good. We're going to protect each other. We're going to promote just the general welfare. Everybody together, generally, as a collective. General welfare, not individual welfare. General welfare. And secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves. And there's the individual. So they're going to do a collective to make sure that your individual liberties are protected, to not only for you, but also for your posterity. Fucking crazy, dude. Who knew? Who knew these founding fathers were such fucking commies? Who knew? It's called the United States. It is a group of states that united collectively to form a country. And each of those states has their own individual rights. But there is a collective as a union, as a country. It's in our founding documents. It's literally in the name of our country. And yet MAGA all day today is going to be like, these motherfuckers, they hate America. My bad. My bad, Mamdani, for doing exactly what the preamble of the Constitution lays out. He's perhaps the most American mayor we've ever had. By the way, can we also point out that what's happening in New York right now is New York has a criminal mayor, an actual criminal mayor currently, who uses cronyism, who takes bribes, who gives handouts to rich people. He's not a problem. They want to keep the criminal in. And their other option outside of Mamdani was a sex pest, a Nepo baby sex pest who just gives all the welfare to the rich people again. And Republicans' brains are so broken and they've been so conditioned that they think taking the tax breaks away from those rich people, the handouts, taking the handouts that the rich in New York have been getting for decades and giving it instead to poor people is a problem. What the fuck are you guys fighting for? The other thing that sucks is, like, because of who Mamdani is with his identity, because he's a practicing Muslim, and because he claims to be a democratic socialist, he will be under the greatest microscope of any New York mayor ever. Every time somebody stubs their fucking toe, it's going to be headline news for MAGA. And so I want to say, we'll get to Mamdani's speech here in a minute, but I just also want to advocate, if we want people like Mamdani, all of us have to fight too. We can't sit back while Mamdani does this. We have to call balls and strikes, but they're going to come after Mamdani all day long. So even if his programs do work, they're going to find some way to say that the program's not working. And Mamdani's very, very aware of that. But there were just a lot of things that happened at this inauguration I've never seen before, and it's unbelievable. But I do want to point out before we get there that the Republicans just want you to believe that we hate you, and we hate you because of who you are, and we want to take away everything you have, because they don't have any real arguments. Nobody in the Republican Party right now that's gearing up for the midterms is running on anything other than the libs hate you and they're trying to destroy your country. They don't have a plan to fix any of this. This is Lisa DeMuth, who's running she's running for governor in Minnesota. Look at this ad.
To be a damn Republican. Oh, what should I wear today? This stupid freaking red hat. Donald Trump's Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets. My country's being stolen by fascists and Nazis.
Enough. I've had.
Those clips were all about Trump. Now listen to what she says. Further proof that this is a cult.
Enough of the hate and enough of the lies and enough of Tim Walz dividing Minnesotans to cover up his failures. Let's be real. Tim Walz doesn't just disagree with us. He hates us. He's more focused on attacking President Trump than on fixing Minnesota.
Why is that? Wouldn't that be he hates Trump? How come when somebody disrespects Donald Trump or hates Donald Trump or hates on Donald Trump, why do you all take that personally as if they hate you? Distracted driving, thanks, you got yeah.
I grew up right here. Mom worked at a bank. Dad drove a bus. We went to church on Sundays, worked hard. Families were thriving.
Your dad was a fucking bus driver, and your mom was a teller at a bank, it looks like, but if that's your mom's job. If you're a bus driver today in Minneapolis, if you have a two-income family and one person is a bus driver and one's a teller at a bank, you're not raising a fucking family. You don't own a house. The irony of what she's saying right now, staring into the future, and all she can say is, we can't have Tim Walz because he doesn't like Donald Trump. That's an attack on all of us.
We believed in Minnesota. Now, too many homes boarded up, too many families living in fear of crime and rising costs, drugs flooding our streets, taxes through the roof, and a governor more worried about pleasing the far left than doing what's actually right. He blew the
Oh, wait, you want to point out nose ring?
surplus, raised taxes, let fraud run wild. He attacked ICE and
Hey, somebody ban Paul Salsa. We're not doing just open racism, you dog shit piece of garbage.
gave free health care to illegal immigrants. That's not leadership, that's betrayal. But Minnesotans don't give up. We fight for what's right. That's why I ran for school board, to give parents a voice. Why I led
That's why I ran for school board and demanded that we take money out of public schools and give it to parents instead. All right. Anyways, that's the ads that they're running on now. I love the MAGA in here. This is so right. Yeah, this is exactly what we're showing you. Like, you guys aren't as persuaded by facts. It's just all vibes and like victim mentality. The biggest group of victim pussies I've ever seen in my life.
They don't like Donald Trump. We're the real victims here.
They do have to have a gun in every ad. All right, let's get to this before. This is from CBS, which they had to get later. For some reason, CBS didn't include this in their coverage. Barry Weiss's CBS, for some reason, didn't include this in their coverage of Mamdani. I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me why. He's wearing a sign here that says, "A Jew, not a Zionist." Can't imagine why Barry Weiss didn't run this.
Unlike the Zionist accusations that he's anti-Semitic, no, he's clear in his differentiation between Judaism, the Jewish people, which he supports, respects, and will protect.
Thank you for saying that. I have no one to thank but Trump for my life. That's true. All of my costs have skyrocketed. That's true. Thank you. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thanks for making all my prices go up. Thank you for increasing the national debt. Thank you for causing, and we'll do this on Monday, but we got N-words in here. Good for you. Thank you, Donald Trump, for creating a national debt bigger than any other president in history. Thank you, Donald Trump, for now bailing out your friends as the Federal Reserve is pumping money into these massive companies while most of us struggle. Thank you, Donald Trump, for your dog shit leadership. I do have nobody to thank but Donald Trump. Thank you.
God help, and his opposition to the insidious, ersatz Judaism called Zionism, that's unacceptable according to Judaism, that's deplorable what's doing to the genocide in Palestine and causing anti-Semitism, a divide between Jews and Muslims. He's opposed to that. We as Jews are opposed to that. We congratulate him. We pray that he should be able to accomplish for the people of New York, and as he said, for around the world, it should be a beacon of light, and we should have a free Palestine because of his work.
A lot of identity politics coming out of you guys today, MAGA. A lot of white identity politics. But I don't know why CBS wouldn't air Jewish folks thrilled to see Mamdani as mayor in New York City. I don't know why they would leave that part out. Let me just give you a couple clips from Mamdani. I just have two that I thought were really good. First, this one.
Childcare will no longer discourage young adults. The cost of childcare will no longer discourage young adults from starting a family.
Isn't that what you guys were talking about? Wasn't this part of the MAGA campaign? making sure that young families can have the money necessary to raise a young family might be a good thing to be able to access childcare if you are a young family. What if you both work and you want to start a family, but you can't afford to start a family if one of you doesn't work? You both need to work. So how do you do that? Well, I guess you just don't, unless maybe your city uses some of that taxpayer money to pay for childcare, and then you and your spouse can work, and somebody can take a few hours out of the day and watch your kid, and you can raise a family. Seems pretty America first. Seems pretty pro-family to me.
Because we will deliver universal child care for the many by taxing the wealthiest few. Those in rent-stabilized homes will no longer dread the latest rent hike, because we will freeze the rent.
By the way, if you remember, Vivek Ramaswamy also talking about running for governor in Ohio right now. He's talking about raising a family, and his plan was the exact same thing, except he wanted public school teachers to be the ones that are raising your kids. He said, instead of daycare, we'll extend the school day an extra 4 hours, and then the school teachers can watch your kids while you're both working. The Republican plan is to dump your kids on school teachers who are already underpaid, and Mamdani's plan is to have daycares watch your kids for a few hours, and it's not going to come out of your pocket. Everybody actually is addressing the same problem. Everybody running for office right now as a governor or a mayor has to figure out this exact same problem. This happens in every single state. Now, Mamdani is saying, I think the solution is we need to be able to pay for childcare, and there's people in this state that have a lot of money who don't pay their fair share of taxes. So let's take some of the money from them and we'll pay for childcare, and then everybody can raise a family, not just the rich people.
Getting on a bus without worrying about a fare hike or whether you'll be able to get to your destination on time will no longer be deemed a small miracle, because we will make those buses fast and free.
Oh, no. People might get on a bus and go to work and have free transportation. Oh, no. What are we going to do about that? What about those poor billionaires who can't write off their yachts anymore? What are we going to do? He's ruining America.
The cost.
All right, I loved that one. And then this is incredible. This is as good a speech as I've ever seen. But this is the part, MAGA, you guys can check out. But this is for all of us, myself included. We're staring in the face right now the truth. As we play clips of Mamdani, if you're in the YouTube chat or the TikTok chat, what you're seeing is nonstop racism, xenophobia, and Islamophobia. I apologize to everybody who's at the YouTube chat, and mods, you're doing a great job. You can mute anybody who's doing racist, Islamophobic, or xenophobic language, but this is what we're up against. Mamdani has really good ideas. The fact that he's a Muslim is going to make it so that millions, and I mean millions of Americans, won't give a fuck. It doesn't matter how well he does. They won't care. They will demonize him. Every single crime for the next, is it a 4-year term for mayor in New York City? Is it 4 years? However long his term is. Any crime that is committed by a Muslim in New York City will be directly blamed on Mamdani. Any white person who has a crime committed against them for the next 4 years, it will be blamed on Mamdani. Every single thing that goes wrong in New York City will be a Fox News story, and it'll be the lead story every single day. The billionaires, the ones that he's talking about stripping the power from, will be fully funding this type of rhetoric. You will see Nick Shirley and his friends in New York City. They'll be going to mosques. They'll be interviewing people about a crime committed against them by a Muslim, and it'll be nonstop for 4 straight years, Islamophobia, and it's going to be exhausting, and it's going to be infuriating, and all of us are going to feel like we want to quit. Every one of us is going to get to a point where we just have to shut it off, and that I'm all for protecting our mental health, but we have an opportunity right now to call balls and strikes here. When things go well, if these things that Mamdani's advocating for go well, it's important that we bring that up. If they fail, and they fail because of his policies, it's important that we talk about that we learn from it, and that we correct that. And if things are failing, or if lies are being told about things that they say are failing that are not, we need to address that. There will be there will be a large push to take his city council and fill it with corporatists who will oppose his every move. And they will get zero blame for anything that goes wrong in New York City. So just know, like, this is the start of it. This xenophobia, it's just the start, and we're all going to get sick of it, but, like, that's kind of privilege, right? It's a privilege to say, I can't take this anymore, I'm tuning out. And we don't get that privilege. And for our Muslim neighbors in this country, it's important that we stand next to them. It's important that we take what happens in New York City and we call balls and strikes, and that we give them a fair shot. And it's important to be vocal when lies are told about Mamdani. I'm not super interested in living in a white nationalist ethno-state. And the nice thing that we have going for us is that not everybody's a fucking idiot. Things aren't going super well in this country. We desperately need a tone shift, and we need a policy shift. Nothing that corporate Democrats are offering you is going to fix anything. Nothing that Republicans are offering you is fixing anything. Nothing has gotten better under Donald Trump and his policies. And this idea that somehow this next year in 2026, cutting taxes for rich people is suddenly going to make everything better is absolute bullshit. And everybody knows it. The fear of Mamdani and democratic socialism is rampant. And I think we need to be like Mamdani. This is what I loved about what he said. I think he knows that he can't go in there and coast. He can't get elected and then coast. He has to be on every single day, and he has to have his foot on the gas every single day. He has to be out in public every single day. He has to be in front of reporters every single day. This is going to be a very, very long 4 years for Mamdani, but I loved what he said here, and then we'll move on from Mamdani.
In writing this address, I have been told that this is the occasion to reset expectations, that I should use this opportunity to encourage the people of New York to ask for little and expect even less. I will do no such thing. The only expectation I seek to reset is that of small expectations. Beginning today, we will govern expansively and audaciously. We may not always succeed, but never will we be accused of lacking the courage to try.
Loved that. I love that. We're going to move on to Jack Smith here in just a second, but I want to just address some of you MAGA folks that are saying that I'm bringing up a bigotry and phobia and racism. Just read the chat. This guy's been in office for 1 day. For 1 day, and all you're doing is fear-mongering. What do you think phobia is? Phobia is fear. When you say when you're saying the things that you're saying, when you're making these predictions based on fear, that's by definition phobia. For some of you, it's Islamophobia. For some of you, it is socialism phobia. But my God, I've never seen such a group of whiny little bitches. You are the bitchiest group of bitches I've ever seen. Toughen the fuck up. You guys are upset that people might get a free ride to work? That people's kids that they might have access to daycare? This is what you're fear-mongering against? This will never work. This is going to destroy our country. He's saying that we should have a more equitable future. This will never happen. Yeah, it's phobia. You're just afraid of shit. All right. We're not going to talk about Mamdani and Islamophobia anymore. So for all of you bigots, the time now has come for you to leave. You can stay here. We're going to cover the testimony from Jack Smith. You're welcome to stay, but I'm just a heads up. We have our own set of rules here. And when you come into this live, we rule how we please. And we have very, very strict immigration standards here. So if you immigrate into our live today, you will stay on topic. You will not be racist. You will not be xenophobic. You will not be homophobic. You won't be any of the phobics. You won't be bigots. If you refuse to assimilate, we will deport you. First, you're getting a 5-minute mute, then a 24-hour mute. You don't get to stay here if you will not assimilate. You will not stay here and poison the blood of our country. You will not come in here and ruin everything for everybody. So we're going to take your own standards and the way that you want to protect your very, very cool and a very real white culture. And we're going to have our own culture here. So just know that we're going to listen to Jack Smith bury Donald Trump and expose that Donald Trump's an absolute criminal and that the Republicans are nothing but a bunch of cowardly little bitches hiding behind the speech and debate clause to protect him because all of you were afraid of an 80-year-old geriatric fraudster. And if you don't assimilate, my mods are going to deport you. So enjoy that. Let's get started with this Jack Smith testimony. So what this is Jack Smith went and testified, closed doors in front of Congress. A lot of this stuff is off the record, and so you'll see I'll have to jump through. There's a lot of stuff that we didn't get. He asked to testify. He was not called before Congress here. He asked to testify, and he asked to testify publicly, and Jim Jordan said no. So if you're upset that anything that's being talked about here is off the record, you have Jim Jordan and the cowardly Republicans to blame. They desperately did not want Jack Smith to testify publicly, and they didn't really want these to be released. But this is what they came up with. This was their solution. Jack Smith said, "I will not testify behind closed doors unless we release the transcripts publicly and the video publicly." So that's what we have today, and we're going to watch it. Let me read some super chats here. I forgot Asta Sophia's earlier. I'm way behind. There we go. She said, "Happy New Year, dear friend." And of course, beautiful Jen, Dollar Train started. D. Freezy said, "Happy New Year's to you and Jen and the rest of the RTP crew." Illusion said, "Jack Smith for Friendly Friday. Perfect 2026. Axe said, "Happy New Year, Jen. RTP, be safe. Wishing you and your family the best." Thank you. This guy Fox said, "And now the admin is using this lie as an excuse to end child care subsidies nationwide. It's the party of family values." Yeah. Republicans are stripping away money from poor children while Mamdani's advocating that we take care of poor children. And the Republicans are like, yeah, Donald Trump, that's our guy. That's our Christian leader. Electric Dad said, "Instead of democratic socialists, we should change it into constitutional republic socialists. Then maggots will love it." That's a good point. Cascus for Life said, "Don't forget about all caps being bannable." That's right. Also, don't write in all caps. Your messages are not any more important than anybody else's, and so please don't write in all caps. That's annoying, and mods will mute you for that. Stacy said, "Mamdani's your daddy. Cry harder." Thanks, Stacy. Did I get that one? I think I got that one. And I got this one. Now, Jen's going to bother the hell out of you in the chat today because I'm going to get really into this Jack Smith testimony, and I'm going to forget to remind you that we are crowdfunded. But we are crowdfunded. Anything you can do to help us knock out our gift goal every single day would be greatly appreciated. And then also as a reminder, we have paid memberships. On Monday, we'll be watching 2 more episodes of the series Dope Sick in Discord. You need to be a paid member either on TikTok, YouTube, or Twitch to watch that with us. So today is a good day to get your paid membership. That goes a long way. Helping us pay our bills and also like project for the future. It gives us like a set of income that we know is coming in every month, and then it's easier to plan for events in the future. So we'll get started now with Jack Smith. And sorry in advance for Jen bothering you. It's my fault that she's going to have to guilt you guys into some stuff. All right. Let's start with Jack Smith's opening here.
The opportunity to discuss my work as special counsel. I was taught as a young prosecutor to follow the facts and the law, and to do so without fear or favor, to do the right thing the right way for the right reasons. For nearly 3 decades, I've been a career prosecutor. I've served during both Republican and Democratic administrations and I'm
also going to speed this up a little bit. We're going to go to 1.25. Jack Smith is very, very careful with his language, and he speaks very slowly. So we're going to pump that up a little.
Guided by those principles in every role I've held. I continued to honor those principles when I was appointed to serve as special counsel in November of 2022. The decision to bring charges against President Trump was mine, but the basis for those charges rests entirely with President Trump and his actions, as alleged in the indictments returned by grand juries in 2 different districts. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election and to prevent the lawful transfer of power. Our investigation also developed powerful evidence that showed that President Trump willfully retained highly classified documents after he left office in January of 2021, storing them at his social club, including in a ballroom and a bathroom. He then repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. I remain grateful for the counsel, judgment, and advice of my team as I executed my responsibilities. I am both saddened and angered that President Trump has sought.
What are the highlights? We're going to watch all of it, LLM. I titled this on Twitch and TikTok that this is going to be a boring stream. I expect this to be our least watched stream in a long time. I think that the views will plummet here. This is for the nerds today. If you're here for clips, today's not your day, and that's okay. Not everybody's a nerd. I'm a nerd. This is me being selfish, showing all of this, and I think that maybe a handful of you will want to watch it too, but we're going to watch. This is the rest of the show. Just Jack Smith.
Against career prosecutors, FBI agents, and support staff, simply for doing their jobs and for having worked on those cases. These dedicated public servants are the best of us, and they have been wrongly vilified and improperly dismissed from their jobs. I made my decisions in the investigation without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 presidential election. We took our actions based on the facts and the law, the very lessons I learned early in my career as a prosecutor. We followed Justice Department policies and observed legal requirements. The timing and speed of our work reflects the strength of the evidence and our confidence that we would have secured convictions at trial. If asked whether to prosecute a former president based on the same facts today, I would do so regardless of whether that president was a Republican or a Democrat. Recent narratives about my team's work are false and misleading, including stories about our collection of toll records. Toll records were sought for historical telephone routing information collected after.
Toll records, just so we get some definitions here, and they'll cover it later, but toll records are the records that Jim Jordan and the Republicans, Josh Hawley, have said the government tapped our phones. Now, you've heard every Republican that had their phone records subpoenaed say that they were being spied on and the government tapped their phones. All a toll record does, it's a call log. It shows the incoming and outcoming call by number. And Jack Smith's going to explain later why they needed those toll logs and how they got access to those. But when just off the bat, Republicans, since this information came out, they know what a toll record is, and they've been lying about it. They say that their phones, their emails, and their text messages have been tapped and that they've been spied on. Remember, Lindsey Graham said he's going to sue them. It's not an invasion of privacy. It was totally above board. It was not against the law. You're allowed to do any of this stuff.
Calls had taken place, identifying the incoming and outgoing call numbers, the time of the calls and their duration. Toll records do not include the content of calls. Those records were lawfully subpoenaed and were relevant to complete a comprehensive investigation. January 6th was an attack on the structure of our democracy in which over 140 heroic law enforcement officers were assaulted. Over 160 individuals later pled guilty to assaulting police.
Somebody get rid of Party Boy video. Dude, I know you want attention, but we're going to get rid of you today. That's a 24-hour mute for you. You can come back and be annoying on Monday, but today we're doing this. And you're just chatting too much. You're filling up the chat and you're annoying me. So we'll see you on Monday.
A day. Exploiting that violence, President Trump and his associates tried to call members of Congress in furtherance of their criminal scheme, urging them to further delay certification of the 2020 election. I did not choose those members. President Trump did. I hope.
Good question, Patrick. Were they government phones? Some were, some weren't. Most of these people have two phones, and Jack Smith will explain that later.
that my testimony today serves to correct these mischaracterizations about my work, and to that end, I welcome your questions.
All right, now we're going to go first into, is he going to do his opening statement? Hold on one second. Yeah, now we're going to go into, I believe it's Republicans' turn first to question Jack Smith. Here's a couple of things I want to, that I noticed going in, and I want to catch your guys' input as well. Obviously, super chats are the way that I'm going to be able to do this. If you have some context you want to add and you can do a super chat, that's easier. I'm going to try and watch the chat, but it is hard. There's a bunch of garbage in the chat, so I'll try and get it. But the one thing I noticed with Jack Smith, he's very thoughtful, and he's also a prosecutor, one of the best prosecutors this country's ever had, and he has 30 years of experience. So when they're asking him leading questions, he's aware of what they're asking, and the way that he answers, you'll notice he doesn't ever dodge a question, but he answers the questions completely and thoughtfully, and it is really disarming for the people asking questions, because this isn't like a government hearing. This isn't like a typical hearing that you see on TV, where each person gets 5 minutes, and they can control that time completely. They can overtalk the person that's testifying. They can use the whole 5 minutes just to yell at that person. They can talk about a completely unrelated subject. In this setting, they are there only to ask questions, and they don't get to cut Jack Smith off from answering the questions. So it's a different feel than we've seen in other congressional hearings, and you'll see just how weak the Republican arguments are when they don't get to just yell over you, and they don't get to just do conspiracy theories. So that's what I noticed. If you guys noticed that too, you may catch some stuff, but the way that Jack Smith articulates his answers is mwah.
You just made some pretty definitive statements about your belief that President Trump was guilty of these charges. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt in both cases.
And doesn't the Justice Manual prohibit prosecutors from asserting that a defendant is guilty of something before a jury makes a determination?
When a case is pending, yes.
Okay, and so you think you're free from that, from the Justice Manual rules, once a case is dismissed?
No, I think...
First question is, do you really think it's fair that you said Donald Trump's guilty? Their whole defense is this really fair? You're saying mean things about Donald. That's going to be their whole defense, but that was the first question. Do you really think it's fair that you said Donald Trump? He's the prosecutor. You don't bring a case. You don't go through a grand jury and then take this to court if you don't believe that you have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that this person's guilty. That's his role. He has to do that. He can't bring a case if he doesn't believe that.
That it's important to state clearly the amount of evidence we had and the basis for why we proceeded. Why we proceeded as we did is because we had a strong case, as I set forth in the final report.
But your final report makes what seems to be conclusive determinations of President Trump's guilt, as opposed to laying out simply the facts and the evidence that you have. I mean, you draw those conclusions that, in your view, he's guilty. Is that not the case?
Well, to be clear, the cases were never tried. We were never put to our burden before a jury, so we didn't conclusively prove it. The reason the report was written the way it was written, and the reason I said what I just said, is because it was our belief that if we went to trial, we would prevail.
But your report differs, if you look at Special Counsel Herr's report and Special Counsel Mueller's report, the language that you use and the way you describe the things that you believe President Trump committed, is different. Herr was careful to use words like...
Remember that was that said you can't deny that the 2020 election was fishy? Stick around. Stick around. Because what you're going to find out is all that stuff that you thought was fishy, Rudy Giuliani, Kevin McCarthy, every one of these Republicans, when they met with Jack Smith, they all walked that back. They all said we had no evidence of that. Just so you know. And so I would stick around if I were you. If you're honest, if you don't want to just keep believing what you believe, Jack Smith's going to tell you what they told you behind closed doors. And by the way, if Jack Smith is lying about any of this, they'll bring him up on perjury charges. So if you don't see Republicans bringing him up on perjury charges, you're going to have to assume that he was telling the truth here.
Could find or might.
Hey, Josh, if it's proven now, how come the Trump DOJ hasn't brought charges against anybody? If it's proven, why has Pam Bondi not brought charges against anybody? Think about that.
at most would likely conclude, whereas the language you use is pretty definitive.
Her report states his assessment of the evidence. Mine does as well. And as I said, I feel and feel to this day that we had a very strong case. And so I communicated that.
Okay. But you would agree that it's the role of the jury, not the special counsel, to weigh the facts and determine guilt?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. And then one other thing about relating to your statement.
Yes, Trump is still a felon by that logic, yeah.
And we'll get into this a little later on, but the toll record subpoenas for members of Congress have some very serious concerns about acquiring these toll records, relating to senators and members of the House. I mean, members of the House and the Senate have protections under the Constitution that allows them speech or debate protections. And the toll record subpoenas, in our view, and if we had to litigate it, the House lawyers would take the position that those toll record subpoenas violated the speech or debate protections. And is that something you disagree with?
Yes.
Okay. We'll get into that a little bit later. We first wrote to you on October 14th, inviting you to testify. And then we worked with the Justice Department and your counsel to make sure you had access to everything you needed to prepare for today. Did that occur? Did you have enough access to the information you needed to prepare?
Yes.
Okay, so we asked the Justice Department to make all your files available, to allow you to go to the Justice Department whenever you wanted to, with your lawyers, whoever you wanted to. And I just wanted to confirm that you had the opportunity to review whatever you needed in your files before today.
Yes, we reviewed the files.
Okay.
That's correct.
There might be an issue with classified materials. We don't intend to ask you anything about anything classified.
Welcome, friends, from the Peach Raid. Thanks, Peach, if you're here, and everybody that's from the Peach Raid, thanks for being here.
Obviously, if your security clearance is no longer valid, there's an issue on that front. But everything except classified information was supposed to be made available to you, and I just want to confirm that was the case.
I'm not sure if everything was. For example, the emails of people on my staff. I'm not sure I had access to that, but we did spend, consistent with what you said, time at the Department of Justice, and we had.
Norm, every day that I do this live, it's 9:30 to noon Pacific Standard Time. You can call in to debate. Not today. Today, this is going to take up the entirety of the show, but you can schedule a debate. If you have somebody who wants to moderate, I'll debate any of this shit with any of you guys, but we're going to watch the whole thing today.
The opportunity to review files.
And that access was made available early, like November 10th, if I'm not mistaken, and I think you guys started reviewing it somewhat shortly thereafter?
That sounds about right.
Okay. You have referenced in your pleadings, I believe, and also in public statements you've made, the famous Robert Jackson speech entitled "The Federal Prosecutor" that he delivered at the second annual conference of the United States Attorneys in 1940. You're familiar with
this? This is my favorite part. He's just going to read a speech and ask if Jack Smith. This was their attempted gotcha. Watch how brilliantly Jack Smith handles this.
The Robert Jackson speech?
I am, yes.
Okay. And this is
LLM. It's not going to be the whole thing. It's going to be. Good point. I'm just going to cover as much as we can till we're done, but I'm going to just show the Republicans going after Jack Smith and then one part of the Democrats questioning towards Jack Smith. So you're right. It's not the entire thing.
Available on the internet. I didn't make copies for everybody. Everybody can Google it right now as long as your phones are working. And I'm just going to flag some things that Robert Jackson said and just get your reaction to see if you agree with it or not. He says in the second sentence, "The prosecutor has more control over life, liberty, and reputation than any other person in America. His discretion is tremendous." Do you agree with that?
I agree that prosecutors have a lot of discretion, yes.
Jackson stated, "While the prosecutor at his best is one of the most beneficent forces in our society, when he acts from malice or other base motives, he is one of the worst." Do you agree with that?
I do.
Thanks, Peach.
On page 4 of his remarks, in the penultimate paragraph, Attorney General Jackson states, "What every prosecutor is practically required to do is to select the cases for prosecution and to select those in which the offense is the most flagrant, the public harm the greatest, and the proof the most certain." Would you agree with that?
Yes.
If a prosecutor is obliged to choose his cases, it follows that he can choose his defendants. Therein is the most dangerous power of the prosecutor, that he will pick people he thinks he should get, rather than pick cases that need to be prosecuted. With the law books filled with a greatest...
That part's important. It'll come back when the Republicans are questioning. What they're going to try and do is they're going to try and frame Jack Smith as choosing this prosecution. That's why they're reading this speech. It's not going to go well for them. They're not going to land any punches there. But their whole defense here, again, is it's unfair. They're not going to go after any of his evidence. They're not going to discredit really any of his evidence. They're just going to say, you didn't like Donald Trump, so you prosecuted him, and we're going to prove it. So that's their whole attempt here, is they want to prove that he just didn't like Donald Trump, and he chose this prosecution. And you're going to see it's going to be like pretty unequivocal that he didn't choose this prosecution, and he wasn't in any place to do that. He wasn't even working for the Department of Justice. They came to him.
Assortment of crimes, a prosecutor stands a fair chance of finding at least a technical violation.
This is not a member of Congress. This is one of their attorneys.
Some act on the part of almost anyone. In such a case, it's not a question of discovering the commission of a crime and then looking for the man who committed it. It is a question of picking the man.
Good question. What up? Why was the cases thrown out of he did such a great job? They weren't thrown out. Trump became president while both of these cases were still active. He was able to wait it out, and now because he's the sitting president, they can't prosecute him because the Supreme Court ruled that you cannot prosecute a sitting president. Both of these cases were actually still open at the time Trump took office. So, good question, but that's your answer.
And then searching the law books or putting investigators to work to pin some offenses on him. Do you agree with that?
I do, I think, yes.
Okay. It is here that law enforcement becomes personal. And the real crime becomes that of being unpopular with the predominant or governing group, being attached to the wrong political views, or being personally obnoxious
Patrick,
to or in the way of the prosecutor himself. Do you agree that that is a concern?
These are principles, and I agree with these principles.
Okay. In times of fear or hysteria, political, racial, religious, social, and economic groups, often from the best of motives, cry for the scalps of individuals or groups because they do not like their views. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
He concludes by saying the qualities of a good prosecutor are as elusive and as impossible to define as those which mark a gentleman. And those who need to be told would not understand it anyway. A sensitiveness to fair play and sportsmanship is perhaps the best protection against the abuse of power. And the citizen's safety lies in the prosecutor who tempers zeal with human kindness, who seeks truth and not victims, who serves the law and not factional purposes, and who approaches his task with humility. Do you agree with that?
Fully.
And do you think during the pendency of your special counsel work that you tried to live up to those standards?
I do.
Was there ever...
I just want to point out that the standards that they're holding him up to, the crux of their argument and how they're going to try and take him down is based on all the things that they just read are not the law. It's based on a speech. And they're just asking him generally, do you agree with this speech? That's what they opened with. That's how weak their argument is. They want to hold him to a standard from a speech.
Was there ever a prospect after you were appointed special counsel when you thought maybe you would not bring an indictment against President Trump?
Absolutely. When I took this case, I did not know enough about the facts or the law to have a judgment about whether we should proceed in either case, both cases, or neither case. I used my time when I was appointed to get up to speed on the facts and the law. But if the facts and the law did not justify going forward in this case, I would have been perfectly comfortable in doing that, as I have throughout my career in cases involving political figures when I was in public integrity and throughout my career. So I did not have a preconceived outcome in mind when I took this job.
Now, you can believe that or not, but we're talking about this being in a court of law. And so if you're making the claim that he came in with the idea that Trump was guilty beforehand, it would be on you to prove that. So just keep in mind that while MAGA in the chat are going to say that they believe that he had this agenda, you would have to prove that. And it also believing that Trump is guilty coming into this wouldn't change anything. He actually can believe that. He's saying that he didn't, but he could if he wanted to. He could still prosecute the case, and the case still has to win on merits. But that's how pathetic this entire line of questioning is. They just want to somehow prove bias, which wouldn't hold up in a court of law.
Was there any point where you and your prosecutors that formed your team debated not bringing charges against the president?
Of course. I mean, that is the process of being a prosecutor.
Actually, Chuck, you do have to prove the obvious in court. For dipshits like you who just go on vibes, yeah, you just believe what you want. But in court, you can't just be like, I believe it. And the judge is like, fuck, you believe it? All right.
You are analyzing evidence, you're collecting facts, and you're debating whether it's what the facts mean, the inferences to be drawn from the facts, or debating what the law is, and whether you can prove what you think is happening here or not. And so that was a continual process to decide if, in fact, we could go forward. And that, again, just to be clear, that is a process that I have undergone in my career personally and with prosecutors I supervised.
When was the decision made that you believed you needed to move forward with both indictments, both in Florida and D.C.?
Well, so the decision wasn't made at the same time.
Another tricky thing they try and do is they try and trap him a bunch of times and get him to say that to lump these two cases together and say that like he was just always going to prosecute Trump. He's 50 miles ahead of them. You'll ask how it's always leading questions. When did you decide to prosecute these two cases or to bring these two cases forward? He's way ahead of them. He knows what they're doing. He knows that they want him on the record saying like, oh, it was this day. And then they're like, see, how could you possibly have chosen to do both cases on the same day? He's just so far ahead of them.
The best of my recollection, in both cases, the final decision was shortly before we sought indictment.
Okay. In June of 2023, you had a meeting with the Attorney General to present a prosecution memo and basically asking for his blessing to bring the indictments. Is that correct?
We did have a meeting, and I think it was around that time. I didn't think about it as his blessing. I was presenting what I intended to do, and he had the ability to countermand that if he wanted to.
Okay. But certainly you couldn't bring an indictment without his authorization.
He could block me from doing that. That's correct.
Okay. And during that June 2023 meeting with the Attorney General, did you guys discuss both indictments, potential indictments, or just the Florida indictment or just the D.C. indictment?
If it was, I don't have a specific recollection of dates, and so you can check me on public records, but I believe by late June, the classified documents case had already been indicted.
Okay.
So, again, this is my recollection, but that would have been, a discussion in late June would have likely been about just the elections case,
okay,
if it was about an indictment.
Okay. And the Attorney General in the June meeting, it's been reported that he expressed some reservations.
I do too. The deep state, these Republican deep staters are sweating. They're falling apart because Jack Smith is courageous. I agree with that. I like watching the deep state sweat too.
About the D.C. case, is that correct?
I had several meetings with the Attorney General about both cases.
Work hard. He doesn't need evidence off the top of his head, but just so you know, the judges, he has lost his classification because he's no longer working the case, and the judge has sealed most of these, most of the things that they're asking questions about, and so he has to have this off the top of his head. What you're talking about when you said he doesn't seem to have it off the top of his head, he said dates. I mean, you think you can remember specific dates that you had specific conversations without like a journal entry? The only thing specifically that he doesn't remember here is like the dates of conversations. Occasionally, he doesn't remember exactly how many people were in the room with him. But yeah, that's a crazy standard for you to try and hold there, that he would have to remember the exact date of when he had a conversation. There's like a three-year prosecution. That's pretty crazy.
And in those meetings, we regularly discussed legal issues, factual issues, things of that nature. Never in those meetings did he tell me I couldn't or shouldn't go forward or should go forward. It was more talking through with another experienced lawyer the legal issues present in the cases, as well as if I was going to go forward, how to best frame those.
Okay. Coming out of the June meeting, it's been reported that he asked you to spend some time with the Solicitor General to review the D.C.
Good point, Beer.
case.
Yeah.
Is
Dates
that
are on
correct?
public record.
Again, I don't recall specific conversations. What I can share with you is we consulted with the Solicitor General regularly during my time as special counsel. That was a choice I made. We wanted to make sure not only that we got the facts right, but that we got the law right as well. And so I would be surprised if the first time I consulted with the Solicitor General would have been in late June. That would surprise me.
Okay. But you did have a one-on-one meeting with the Solicitor General in person?
I've met this.
Somebody asked, is Jack Smith a Republican? He has never had a public party registration, so don't know.
Solicitor General in person. My recollection is most often it would be members of my senior staff speaking with her staff about these legal issues. I did have conversations with her as well, but the majority of that was her staff and my staff speaking about this.
Okay. And as it's been reported, the Attorney General at the time was concerned that the proposed indictment or the proposed prosecution.
Oh, one other thing I want to add here. Jack Smith is publicly testifying. All of the people that have been complaining about Jack Smith, Jim Jordan, Josh Hawley, Kevin McCarthy, they all ignored subpoenas and refused to testify. They are actually currently in open defiance of congressional subpoenas. It was the Republicans who cowardly chose not to testify. Democrats have sat in front of Congress over and over and over again. Jack Smith now is sitting in front of Congress. He demanded that it be public. The Republicans are the only ones who don't want you guys to see this. And it's obvious when you watch the chat why that is. It's because Republican voters are just fucking dipshits. And they want to believe this, and this would fuck up the whole narrative. So that's why Republicans have been hiding all of this from you. That's why this was so telling.
Plan, may have relied too heavily on statements that the president had made and infringed on his free speech if you were going to prosecute him for it. Is that fair?
As I sit here right now, I can't remember specific conversations. I do remember that we knew that.
No, as far as we know, they're not indicting Jack Smith. Jack Smith called for this. He said, "I want to come publicly testify in front of you." And he, in his opening statement, he talked about that a little bit. It's because he, just to defend himself, but also the career prosecutors who have lost their jobs, who are demonized by that thin-skinned little bitch in the White House.
Sort of First Amendment defense would be part of the case. And I think when I mentioned to you earlier about how to frame the case, we want to make clear that this was not about trying to interfere with anyone's First Amendment rights, that this was a fraud. And as you know, under Supreme Court precedent, fraud is not protected by the First Amendment. And so in my mind, it was important to make that clear in the indictment. And that's why when we litigated this issue before the district court, we prevailed.
But the president's statements that he believed the election was rife with fraud, those certainly are statements that are protected by the First Amendment, correct?
Absolutely not if they are made to target a lawful government function and they're made with knowing falsity. No, they're not. That was my point about fraud not being protected by the First Amendment.
I mean, there's a long...
Can he say what he wants? Not if it's fraud. Good point there. Republicans are advocating that Trump can just do fraud whenever he wants because free speech. No, you can't do fraud. Unless you guys are pro-fraud now. Are you guys... You've been talking a lot about fraud in the chat today. Are you pro-fraud now?
List of disputed elections. I mean, the election of 1800, 1960,
fraud bad.
Year 2000,
that's right.
Where candidates believe they were wronged by because they lost. And there's a long history of candidates speaking out about they believe there's been fraud, there's been other problems with the integrity of the election process. And I think you agree that those types of statements are sort of at the core of the First Amendment rights of a presidential candidate, right?
There is no historical analog for what President Trump did in this case. As we said in the indictment, he was free to say that he thought he won the election. He was even free.
It's no due diligence or probable cause. It was a 3-year investigation, Karen. He got indictments from grand juries after doing his due diligence and presenting evidence of probable cause. What the fuck world do you morons live in? The fuck are you talking about? He's giving you the evidence right now. And the defense from Republicans is other people have thought that the elections were stolen too, and they didn't get in trouble. Correct, because you can say the election is stolen, but you can't commit fraud. That's the difference.
To say falsely that he won the election, but what he was not free to do was violate federal law and use
Valerie, they'll cover that.
Knowingly false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function. Mm-hmm. That he was not allowed to do. And that differentiates this case from any past history.
A lot of these statements, though, people come into the Oval Office. I mean, the president isn't conducting his own due diligence. He is receiving people in his office that are telling him these things, whether it be Rudy.
They're arguing incompetence right now. Now the Republicans have shifted to, it's not Trump's fault. He believed all these people. Do you see how quickly? Now they're against you. So now you guys are fucked. All you MAGA in the chat, you're fucked. Because the Republican lawyers here are saying it's not his fault that he committed fraud. He believed all of these people. He doesn't do his own due diligence. It's not the president's fault if he brings in random strangers and believes their stories. And he'll explain how many times Donald Trump refused to listen to the people in the room that were telling him the truth, and he just kicked him out and kept bringing in more people. But now they're arguing that Donald Trump is incompetent, so he couldn't have committed fraud. It's their actual argument.
Giuliani, whether it be John Eastman, whether it be Jeffrey Clark, whether it be Sidney Powell. And, for the most part, he is just receiving this information and, his statements are almost just regurgitating what these people have told him. I mean, isn't that the case?
No, and in fact, one of the strengths of our case and why we felt we had such strong proof is our witnesses.
That's just one argument. If one of your arguments, Josh, is that the president was too incompetent to figure out he was committing fraud, perhaps he shouldn't be president.
Be political enemies of the president. They were going to be political allies. We had numerous witnesses who would say, I voted for President Trump. I campaigned for President Trump. I wanted him to win. The Speaker of the House in Arizona, the Speaker of the House in Michigan. We had an elector in Pennsylvania.
Neely, I don't know if you know this, Neely. They have released their entire case. The reason that they're not showing evidence right now is because there is an order from a Trump-appointed judge, and she sealed the evidence. So there's most of the evidence they can't talk about. The only evidence they're actually allowed to talk about, because of a Republican judge, a Trump-appointed judge, sealed all of the evidence. So they're only allowed to talk about what was publicly available through the January 6th committee. And there are hours, this goes on for 8 hours, there are hours worth of times that are blocked out here where they're talking off the record because they're talking about evidence that isn't public and they won't show it to you. And the only reason they won't show it to you is because Republicans are hiding it from you. That's why. That judge could release it. There's no reason why the judge wouldn't be able to release that. But if you're upset that they're not showing the evidence here, you can take that up with Trump-appointed Judge Eileen Cannon, and then you can take it up with the Republicans who refused to allow Jack Smith to testify publicly. This happened a month ago. They just released it now. The people hiding this from you are Republicans.
Who is a former congressman who is going to be an elector for President Trump, who said that what they were trying to do was an attempt to overthrow the government and illegal. Our case was built on, frankly, Republicans who put their allegiance to the country before the party. And so the president got information from people he trusted on other issues. He rejected it whenever it didn't fit him staying in office. And there was a pattern in our case where anytime any information came in that would mean he could no longer be president, he would reject it. And any theory, no matter how far-fetched, no matter how not based in law, that would indicate that he could, he latched onto that. And we were confident that we had very strong proof of that pattern. He also, I would just add, very consciously did not try to reach out to the sort of people who have the most expertise on these issues. He reached out to people who he thought could back him up.
Yeah. There's I've shown you this this clip before of what was his name? The guy that was Trump's chief of staff for a minute. It was with Mehdi Hasan. Fuck, I'm trying to remember his name, but he said the same thing. He was Trump's chief of staff at this time, and he said the problem is during the January 6th stuff is Trump took all the people around him who were saying that, look, dude, we're looking at the evidence. Bill Barr, his own attorney general, the FBI, the DOJ, they're all telling him there's no evidence the election was stolen. And so he's just like, all right, I'm firing you. And then he brought in literally just like people off the streets. He brought in people with no expertise at all. He brought in Mike Lindell. And he started listening to only people who would, Mick Mulvaney, thank you, Johnny Mac. Mick Mulvaney's the one that said that. And Mick Mulvaney's been critical about this too. A Republican who's deathly loyal to Donald Trump to this day. He said the real problem with all of this, and Mick Mulvaney doesn't believe the election was stolen. He just said, like, Trump wouldn't listen to you if you told him that the election wasn't stolen. He would only listen to you if you said the election was stolen. And it didn't matter how silly your evidence was. You were now in the room, and if you disagreed, you had to leave.
To be honest, the president doesn't reach out to anyone. People are brought to him. I mean, he doesn't, like the people you mentioned that you were going to call a trial. Those aren't, some, Pennsylvania Republican official. I mean, that's not somebody who was in the Oval Office communicating with the president. Well, right?
Well, with respect to the Arizona Speaker of the House, that is someone the president reached out to. He also reached out to governors. He reached out to the governor of Arizona. He reached out, and again, Republicans, his allies. Our case was a case in which the president was preying on the party allegiance of people who supported him. And he's, again, the record is rife with examples of him reaching out to those people, inviting them to the White House. And another example, sir, is...
It's a strong case when all of your witnesses are Republicans. Republicans who voted for Trump. The one in Pennsylvania, like he mentioned, signed up to be an elector for Trump. Trump won. He's like, I'm going to be an elector for Donald Trump. All of these people were on Trump's side. All of the evidence against Trump, all of the evidence in this case, or at least eyewitness evidence, are Republicans, not a single Democrat. It's all Republicans.
The folks from Michigan, he invited them to the White House. They told him, you lost because you underperformed with educated females. They told him that when he brought them there. And again, our case was filled with examples of that.
Were you planning on calling John Eastman as a witness?
I do not believe we would have, but we would have welcomed if the defense called him.
Okay.
Thanks, Amber. And guys, while we're going, just a reminder, we are crowdfunded. If we start at $1 train, we'll knock out the gift goal. I don't want to stop too much, but before Jen yells at me, just a reminder, we'll be going for probably another 2.5 hours. But if you can help us knock out that gift goal, that'd be awesome. Back to Jack Smith.
It gets tricky, though, for the defense to call him because the people like Eastman and Clark and, Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell, I mean, they were shrouded by the special counsel as, co-conspirators 1 through 6. And so they all feared that they were going to be prosecuted if they said anything. Isn't that fair?
Well, they were co-conspirators. I can't get into what was in their mind or not. I can tell you some of the co-conspirators met with us in proffers and did interviews with us. And so the idea that someone like Rudy Giuliani, who sat with a proffer with us, he was available as a witness, and we would have welcomed President Trump calling him as a witness. Boris Epstein sat for an interview with us. We would have welcomed calling him as a witness. Kenneth Chesborough, we would have welcomed it.
Natalie said, for GOP are so weak, they released this on New Year's Eve. Yeah, when everybody wasn't paying attention. That's the other part. The GOP chose to release this on a holiday when nobody was paying attention. They've tried to hide all of this. There's a reason they don't want you to see this. And I appreciate you, MAGA, that are here. I know this is frustrating. I know you guys are getting very upset about this. But yeah, they've done everything they possibly can to not let this go to trial and to hide all this evidence from you.
Why didn't you charge any of those folks?
I'm sorry?
Why didn't you charge any of those co-conspirators?
As we stated in the final report, we analyzed the evidence against different co-conspirators. My staff determined that we did have evidence to charge people at a certain point in time. I had not made final determinations about that at the time that President Trump won re-election, meaning that our office was going to be closed down.
Right. You've had a 30-year career as a prosecutor.
Why didn't you charge these people? Because I got fired because the guy I was investigating became president and he got fired all of us. So we couldn't prosecute them. That's why.
Gang members, right?
Yes.
You prosecuted organized crime members, right?
Not as much.
Michael Garrison, let's just say that what you're saying is true. You said the evidence is overwhelming, miserable piece of shit. So I'm a miserable piece of shit. The evidence is overwhelming. Every machine's corrupted. The only ones are not able to be tested, for fuck's sake. Even if that were all true, that's not what this case is about. And this is where you guys have a problem. And this is why we're playing this. All of that could be true. And that wouldn't matter for this case at all because Donald Trump still committed fraud. It's a fraud case, and it's an attack against voters. All of that stuff could be true, which, by the way, 60 plus cases, Donald Trump tried to prove that in court and lost all 60. They have never proven that all the machines are corrupted. Nobody's ever proven that. In fact, Michael, I kind of think that there is a backdoor into the machines. You and I probably agree on this. In fact, I've seen compelling evidence that there is a backdoor into these machines. However, the existence of a backdoor would forces you to prove it, which is the same reason that places like the Election Truth Alliance are having a hard time proving that they cheated in the 2024 election, because there are claims that Republicans cheated in the 2024 election, and they're using that same bit of evidence. But again, that's not what this case was about. If you just listened, you'd figure out what they're talking about here, what the actual crimes were. Stick around.
But surely one of the fundamental principles of prosecutorial work is you work from the bottom up, and you try to get as many fact witnesses to work with you.
No, Larry, now you're lying. Not all judges said no standing. And what is standing, Larry? If you come to a court, you have to show that there is some harm done to you, right? So if Trump's people are coming and they say that their harm had been done to them, and the judge says, "What's your evidence of harm?" and they don't have any evidence, which they all said, they're like, "How do you prove this?" "Well, we don't have any evidence." "Do you have any concrete evidence?" "No." "Well, then you don't have standing." You have to also understand what standing is, Larry, but some of them were dismissed on their merits. They lost so all these Republican judges, many of them Trump-appointed judges, they were all in on it too. Just every judge in the country was in on it.
Those fact witnesses have criminal liability, and a lot of times those lower fact witnesses, the smaller fish, are almost always they're either prosecuted or they are given an immunity because they fear they're going to be prosecuted. But here, you didn't. You kept laser focused only on President Trump.
2 points. One, as I said, we were considering prosecutions of these people, and I think I don't want to say what the ultimate conclusion would have been, but that was something that was being considered. The second thing I think to understand contextually is this was a case where the issue was how to present it in a concise way. We had so many witnesses, again, so many witnesses who were allies of President Trump.
But Jerry, if you're saying, how dare I not believe all judges, you don't believe any judges. You think all 60 judges lied? All 60 judges cheated? That's a crazy thing for you to believe.
Available to us to testify. This was not a case where we needed more witnesses. It was a case where we needed to be able to present the case in a streamlined way because there was so much evidence.
In this book by the Washington Post reporters on page 310, you're familiar with this book. Have you read it? It's called Injustice by Lenig and Davis.
No, I have not read it.
Are you familiar with it?
I have not seen it. I mean, I saw that it came out in the news, but I've not read it.
Now they're citing a book. Now they're citing a pro-Trump book here. I'd take that back. I don't remember if this is the pro-Trump book or not. A book.
Did you cooperate with the book? Did you talk to Carolina Graham?
They reached out to my counsel. I did not speak to them.
And did you ever speak with them during your tenure at the Justice Department?
No.
Anyway, they report, and these are reporters. They get some things wrong. They call.
Days Chain, tell me what book it is. Days Chain, what's the name of this book? Because you said the book's anti-Trump, but we're about to expose in real time how easy, how much of a cult they are in. Days Chain just said it was a anti-Trump book. What's the name of the book, Days Chain? And if you don't answer this question, we have to ban you because we're not going to allow liars in here. We'll wait for just a second while I read. Let me read a couple of these, and we'll wait for Days Chain. Shit, it was over here. Lisa said, thanks for showing this. This was on my list. Thank you, Jacob, Denise, and Damien, and Lindsay for joining the Dollar Train. Days Chain, are you here? What's the name of the book? It's anti-Trump, remember. I don't know how many were Trump judges. We'd have to look. Oh, you're looking it up. You're looking it up. You know, but now you're looking it up. All right, let us know the name of the book.
Chairman Jordan, the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, they said Speaker McCarthy voted in favor of the second impeachment, and I can confirm that it's just laughably inaccurate. And so reporters get things, wrong. And so
it's just the book is laughably inaccurate. Yeah, he just said he hasn't read it. He wasn't on record for it. He doesn't know anything about this book. Nobody from his team. Why are you citing this book? Well, there was a book out there that was wrong. All right, cool.
If that's the case, please flag it. But in the book on 310, the reporters write, as each new tranche of information about fake electors came in, members of Smith's team intermittently raised the idea of opening separate case files on Giuliani, Eastman, and others. Each time, however, Smith dismissed the idea. He said he did not want the office getting bogged down and potentially prosecuting those around Trump. Is that?
I don't think that's accurate. I did make the decision that the first case we brought was going to be Donald Trump, and I was aware that there was evidence against other people, but I don't think that characterization is accurate.
Okay. Now, people with different views than you can say the special counsel's office is only interested in prosecuting President Trump because an election's coming up and he's going to be the Republican nominee. And the special counsel works for a Democratic president. The special counsel works for a Democratic attorney general. And so the special counsel's laser focus on President Trump is simply to prevent.
Yeah, that's a good point. He keeps citing the page numbers. Like, he's just going with it. I think he thought that they had like talked. One thing that you learn about Jack Smith is Jack Smith wasn't going to the press. He wasn't talking to journalists. He was focused on this prosecution. So even when they find out that Jack Smith and his team had nothing to do with this book, they keep citing this book. By the way, the book is called Injustice. It's by Carol Leonnig. I think it's called Injustice. It's very much an anti-Trump book. But he had nothing to do with it, and they keep citing this book.
From either being the party's nominee or being a successful party's nominee, or at the very least, keeping him off the campaign trail. How do you respond to that?
All of that is false, and I'll say a few things. The first is the evidence here made clear that President Trump was, by a large measure, the most culpable and most responsible person in this conspiracy. These crimes were committed for his benefit. The attack that happened at the Capitol as part of this case does not happen without him. The other co-conspirators were doing this for his benefit. So in terms of why we would pursue a case against him, I entirely disagree with any characterization that our work was in any way meant to hamper him in the presidential election. I would never take orders from a political leader to hamper another person in an election. That's not who I am, and I think people who know me and my experience over 30 years would find that laughable.
So did you develop evidence that President Trump...
If this were a boxing match, they'd stop it. Yeah. Thanks, Ray.
Was responsible for the violence at the Capitol on January 6th?
So our view of the evidence was that he caused it and that he exploited it and that it was foreseeable to him.
But you don't have...
Okay, so there's the claim. Remember, when people try and debate this and they say, did Trump cause it? He's not making the claim that Trump told everybody to go to the Capitol. He said, our evidence said that it was foreseeable and that he could, that he could have done something about it. I can't rewind because this is so long. It's hard to rewind. I go back way too far. But that he caused it. No, not that he could, but he didn't direct people to do it.
Evidence that he instructed people to crash the Capitol, do you?
As I said, our evidence is that he, in the weeks leading up to January 6th, created a level of distrust. He used that level of distrust to get people to believe fraud claims that weren't true. He made false statements to state legislatures, to his supporters, in all sorts of contexts, and was aware in the days leading up to January 6th that his supporters were angry when he invited them, and then he directed them to the Capitol. Once they were at the Capitol and once the attack on the Capitol happened, he refused to stop it. He instead issued a tweet that, without question in my mind, endangered the life of his own vice president. And when the violence was going on, he had to be pushed repeatedly by his staff members to do anything to quell it. And then even afterwards, he directed co-conspirators to make calls to members of Congress, people who were his political allies, to further delay the proceedings.
One thing to point out here is that, like, we all saw the, well, not all of us, I guess, but we all saw, like, the J6 committee, and we saw them present this exact evidence. The difference between how this would play out and how it played out with the J6 committee is that wasn't a prosecution. It wasn't closed, and it allowed all sorts of political spin. So people could come out of that, and then, if you're MAGA, you run into commentators like me, and and they spin it. This would have been a jury trial, and it would have been closed, and they almost certainly would have sequestered the jury. So all the spin that you guys have seen wouldn't have existed. So when you think about the evidence that Jack Smith would have presented to a jury that was likely sequestered, meaning they didn't have access to outside spin, he would have been able to lay out a pretty simple pattern of, here's Donald Trump lying about the election. Here's evidence that he knew that he was lying. Here is a list of 20 different Republicans that worked for him that he trusted until they told him the election was stolen. And then he brought in all of these people with no expertise, people like Mike Lindell and Rudy Giuliani and the Kraken. And he brought them in instead. And then they went out and they tried to pressure other members of the government from other states. And here's 5 Republicans who voted for Trump, who were Trump supporters, who say that he called me and pressured me to do illegal things, and I refused to do those illegal things. That's what would have been presented to a jury. That's why he would have won this case. It was cut and dry. You just need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And what he was saying that he would prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that Trump knowingly lied, created an atmosphere where people believed that the government had been hijacked and they stole an election. He was briefed by his own intelligence agencies that there were people coming on January 6th that were prepared to do violence. And we know that that's true because in the prosecutions of the Proud Boys, we have their actual plan. It's a written down plan of how they were going to not only take over the Capitol, but other government buildings, and how they were going, if Mike Pence didn't refuse to certify the election, that they would remove him and somebody else would step in and take his place. I don't remember which senator it was. I'm trying to remember if it was, I don't remember who it was. Somebody was going to fill his place. But they all have this written down. This would have been a home run. It's impossible to convince MAGA that their Lord and Savior did something wrong, so they just reject all this evidence. But you're watching in real time how this would have played out. And the Trump defense would have been like, but Jack Smith didn't like Donald Trump. Look, somebody wrote a book. Okay, did Jack Smith have anything to do with that book? No. Did you talk to anybody for that book? No. Okay, well, then that doesn't work. But what about this speech that a guy wrote? Jack Smith agrees with this speech, and he still prosecuted Trump. Who cares? They have not provided any counter evidence at this point. So MAGA in the chat, who gives a fuck what you have to say? Nobody gives a fuck. You and the Republicans here aren't presenting any counter data. You just keep going, everybody knows it was stolen. It's time for some counter data. And we're going to have hours of this. We'll see. Republicans aren't going to bring any.
Did you sought gag orders in both the Florida case and the D.C. case? Is that correct?
We sought an order in the D.C. case under Rule, I think it's 57.2, and we did that because Donald Trump was making statements that were endangering witnesses, intimidating witnesses, endangering members of my staff, endangering court staff. As you might remember, in the right around when the indictment was released, he issued a tweet saying, "If you come after me, I'll come after you."
That's a threat. If you say that if you investigate me, now he says come after me, but it's just an investigation. The president was threatening people. How's that going to play in court?
Called in a tweet, he called General Mark Milley a traitor and mentioned that what he'd done in olden times, people would be put to death. As a result of the things he was saying, the judge in this case was received vile death threats. And with respect to the D.C., both the district court and the Court of Appeals, a panel of judges, found that his actions were in fact causing what we said they caused. They were causing witnesses to be intimidated and endangering people. And I believe it was the Court of Appeals also found that in addition to intimidating or chilling witnesses who existed, it would chill witnesses who had not yet come forward because they'd afraid that they would be next. So yes, we did file that, and I make no apologies for that.
I mean, which witnesses do you think he would have intimidated?
What weapons? So the weapons, he'll discuss this later, but there were people that came to the January 6th rally at the Ellipse, and they were going through the magnometers. And because they had weapons, it was like setting off the magnometers, and so they stayed outside of the magnometers because they had weapons. In the Proud Boy, in the Proud Boys investigation and convictions, by the way, it was proven that they had caches of weapons in hotel rooms outside of D.C., and they had them there in case they needed to use these caches of weapons.
Any specific witnesses did you identify for the court?
We did a filing. I don't recall the specifics in that filing right now, but as I said, one of the issues from my perspective was not only the witnesses who he had specifically called out and caused threats to be issued, this phenomena that was found by both courts. It was the...
You can go read, Slick, go read the Proud Boy prosecutions. You can see where the guns were.
The result of that is that a rational witness who maybe had not come forward would be completely afraid to, because they would see that they would be next. And I think both courts agreed with that.
Well, I mean, the Circuit Court of Appeals ultimately slimmed down the gag order, isn't that correct?
It did, yes.
And what was the difference between the gag order you proposed and Judge Chuckman agreed to and the final gag order that the D.C. Circuit approved?
Okay, I'm going to go off my recollection. I know one of the differences was him making threatening statements towards me personally was no longer. no longer was allowed. I think in the district court in our application, we thought that shouldn't be allowed. I will share with you that I told my staff that it was much more important to me that he not be able to issue threats to court staff and my staff than me. And so the Court of Appeals did narrow it in that way. And as I'm sitting here now, I'm not debating you that they narrowed it. I just can't remember the specific details. Okay. But the phenomena, they concur.
Yeah, it's like Enrique Tarrio, he actually got arrested. He went to D.C. like 2 days earlier to plan, and he got arrested, I think it was 2 days before the inauguration, and he had 2 high-capacity magazines on him at the time. But again, you can go through and you can look through the Proud Boys. I'm not going to do your homework for you. Just go look it up.
That the phenomena I'm describing to you today was real. Okay. And it had real-world consequences.
18 United States Code 1512 deals with tampering with witnesses. Did you identify any violations of 18 U.S.C. 1512?
We did not bring any charges.
And did you allege that he violated any terms of his release?
We did not.
To help you, Slick, go look for the testimony of Terry Cummings. He's a member of the Oath Keepers. Oath Keepers, and he said that there were 2 large weapons caches in their Virginia hotel room. So a member of the Oath Keepers actually testified on the record that they had those caches of weapons.
I want to turn to the member toll records topic.
Mark, I told him to look it up, and I just gave you the name of the person who testified. What else do you want? You want me to hold your hand and teach you how to use the fucking internet? I gave you the name, and you can go read the testimony.
Difference between a subpoena for toll records and a 2703D order.
Well, a subpoena for toll records is non-content. Doesn't have any content. Doesn't have like the header of, say, an email, things of that nature. Whereas I think if I'm correct in the terminology, I think a 2703D would be regarding emails and could have information like that.
Could have content.
Well, at least again, this is my recollection. I haven't looked at this issue in some time, but I think it means it's not content, but it could at least have, say, the header of the message, like not the content of the message, but it might include the header.
Did you use any 2703D orders on members of Congress or senators or their staff?
I do not recall that at this time.
Did you use any pen registers? Like, maybe just walk us through what a pen register is and trap and trace.
Yeah, my understanding or my recollection is a pen register or trap and trace is a thing where you're watching who someone's calling going forward. Like, so, if there was a trap and trace on my phone, it would see going forward from today who I called. And a pen register, I'm mixing up the terminology, but one is like calls in and the other one's calls out.
Okay. And did you use any of those techniques on members of Congress, senators, or their staff?
I don't recall anything like that.
Okay. And when you say you don't recall, you think the answer is no, but you're not able to give a definitive answer?
Yeah, I have nothing in my memory that tells me that we did anything like that.
Okay. And so with the toll record, so
I'd like to point out that Mag in the chat are being like, oh, he doesn't recall. That's proof he's lying. No, it's not. Him saying I don't recall means now they can go and they can check and see if any of this happened.
Relates to members and their staff and senators. It's just the toll records as far as you remember?
That's my recollection.
Okay.
I said Oath Keepers. I already corrected that. I said that it was the Oath Keepers that had the weapons cache, but they were working with the Proud Boys.
And
well, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. Before I was special counsel, the people who were working on one of the investigations did get a search warrant for the cell phone of one Congressman
Perry. Yes, we are very familiar with that.
This is where it gets silly.
With the toll record subpoena, maybe just walk us through like what you get. You get the incoming, the telephone numbers that call a particular cell phone, right?
That's correct.
And you get the time that the call occurred.
Yes.
And you get the length of time of a call.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And you also get the list of numbers that the outgoing. You get the incoming and the outgoing, right?
That's correct.
And is there any other information that the toll record subpoenas provide?
That is the what I understand is the major thing you're seeking to get with this whole record subpoena.
Okay. And when you get one of these subpoenas, you just send it to the carrier, correct? It doesn't involve a judge.
The subpoena? Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Doesn't require a judge.
The only time a judge gets involved is if you're seeking a non-disclosure order. Is that right?
If it's a subpoena for toll records, that's correct.
Okay. And do you always seek is it the practice of your team to always seek the NDO?
Well, in this particular case, there was a grave risk of obstruction of justice, given the obstructive conduct of President Trump as is set forth, for example, in the indictment in Florida. President Trump tried to obstruct that case in multiple ways. As I mentioned earlier, in the litigation we had regarding 57.2, we had numerous instances of him attempting to, in our view, intimidate witnesses or keep them from cooperating. And so given that
I'm trying to find the name. Somebody keeps asking who this attorney is for the GOP. I'm actually actively Googling it. He's always with them. I don't know what his name is. He was around during the J6 stuff too. I can't find his name anywhere. So I'm not sure. I'm trying. If anybody finds the name, let me know. But I can't figure out what his name is.
Reality, we did seek non-disclosure orders for the total record subpoenas you're talking about.
Okay.
Patrick, let me help you here, Patrick, real quick. Nancy Pelosi can't call in the National Guard, and it's just this simple. The National Guard in D.C. is under the control of the Army. The Secretary of the Army at the time was Ryan McCarthy. The chain of command goes like this. It goes National Guard, Secretary of the Army, Secretary of Defense, President of the United States. The only way Nancy Pelosi could have called in the National Guard is if Donald Trump was incapacitated, Mike Pence was incapacitated, and then she took the role as commander-in-chief. She would have had to be acting president, basically, at the time to call in the National Guard. This is a lie that you've been told, and if you have any integrity at all, you're here every day. Google right now, did Nancy Pelosi have the authority to call in the National Guard on January 6th? She didn't. And then you're going to say, but what about that clip? Now I want you to go back and watch that clip and figure out what she's saying. Did she say I didn't call in the National Guard, or did she say we should have had them more prepared? And who is she talking about? She's talking about Capitol Police, not the National Guard. Part of this testimony from Jack Smith shows and proves that Donald Trump could have called in the National Guard and refused to do so.
Ordinarily, you just go to... How do you pick your judge for that?
No, it's not. What's different in D.C., Larry, is that in other states, like if this happened in Florida, the person over the National Guard is the governor. So the chain of command goes National Guard, governor. But there is no governor in Washington, D.C. The D.C. National Guard is unique in that they are the only ones that report directly to the Secretary of the Army. So that's what's unique about D.C. But you just have to not understand the Constitution and the chain of command to say that about Nancy Pelosi. And that, again, goes to show how easy it is to lie to you guys. That's an obvious one. Nancy Pelosi could be on record saying, I should have called in the National Guard and I didn't. And it still wouldn't fucking matter because she doesn't have the authority to call in the National Guard. But you can go find videos of her calling Mike Pence, begging, and Chuck Schumer calling Mike Pence, begging him, tell Trump to send in the National Guard. And Pence has testified saying, Trump wouldn't take my calls. But Mike Pence was desperately trying to get the National Guard called in by getting a hold of Ryan McCarthy, and he couldn't get a hold of Ryan McCarthy. Apparently, he was in a skiff, and Trump wouldn't take his calls. These are very simple things you can fact check. And when you fact check that, if you're honest, then ask yourself, why did every Republican lie to me about that? Why did they all say Nancy Pelosi could have called in the National Guard? Why does Trump say that she could have called in the National Guard when she doesn't have the authority to do that?
The NDOs. Some of them were signed by the chief judge, and then others were signed by Magistrate Judge David Baker. At least as it relates to the members. How does it?
That's also wrong, Slick.
Or did they pick it for you?
I don't know that we picked the judge. I have to say, in my role in this, I wouldn't have known that. I don't know that even a prosecutor can pick the judge, but I don't know what local practice in Washington D.C. would be on.
No,
that.
Helena, she can't. Nancy Pelosi can't reject the National Guard either. She has no authority over them. You guys have to stop being this fucking desperate for Donald Trump to be innocent that you say dumb shit that doesn't make any fucking sense. If Donald Trump calls in the National Guard, you think Nancy Pelosi can say no? How come these governors couldn't say no to Donald Trump when he called in the National Guard? Of course she can't override the president. You think that the Speaker of the House can override the president when it comes to the National Guard? Don't be this stupid to protect Donald Trump. You just come off looking like a fucking cult member.
I think Boasberg signed the NDOs for the senators, and then as it related to Speaker McCarthy and some of our members on the Judiciary Committee, it was the Magistrate Judge David Baker. And so you don't have any idea why that?
Well, a common practice in my experience as a prosecutor, certainly when I was a prosecutor in Brooklyn, is there'll be a duty judge or a duty magistrate, and so whoever has duty that day is who you go to. Okay. I just want to be clear in this case, I don't have a recollection if that's how it works in D.C.
I want to show one more time how fucking good he is at this. Why did you choose these judges? Jack Smith said, I didn't choose the judges. They said, well, how do they choose the judges? And he said, well, I wasn't part of this discussion, but in other places, it's whoever's on duty that day. You have a judge on duty. So it usually just goes to who's on duty, but I didn't choose the judge, and here's how it works. They tried so hard with gotcha after gotcha after gotcha, and he just steamrolled them with facts.
It may well have been that way.
Okay. And these NDO orders, at least the ones we've seen, are all the same. Is that a fair statement?
I think they're usually very similar, yes.
Okay. And you submit a proposed order, correct, for the judge to sign?
That's correct.
And part of the language in this states that the court finds reasonable grounds to believe that such disclosure will result in...
They don't know who's on duty. Well, even if they do know who's on duty, it doesn't matter. You don't choose the judge. It's who's on duty.
Flight from prosecution, destruction of or tampering with evidence, intimidation of potential witnesses, and serious jeopardy to the investigation.
One more thing. Again, MAGA, you have to reset your mind frame here for a second. You have to reset this from what do you believe versus what are we talking about here? We're talking about a court case. So imagine this was going on in court. If the Republicans here, in this case the defense, were trying to prove that Jack Smith chose a judge, the burden of proof would be on them. They would have to prove that Jack Smith knew who was the on-duty judge, and that's why they chose him. How in the world would they prove that? He just said, I don't even know how they choose the judges here. In other places where I've practiced, I think he said New York, this is how they do it, but I'm not even sure if that's what they do in Virginia. Remember, we're talking about a court of law. This isn't the court of public opinion. This would take place in a courtroom. So all these things that you are willing to believe just for the hell of it, that's fine. You can believe that. But in a court, if you make that claim, you're going to need evidence. And they don't have any evidence that he did that. This would be impossible. And even if they did, let's just extend it out. Let's say that they proved that he chose that judge because he thought that judge would be friendly to him. Well, now we've got a problem in Florida because they chose the judge in Florida because Trump appointed that judge. So how's that going to play out in court when you go, you chose a magistrate judge to get subpoenas? And they're like, all right, well, you guys chose that judge right there. This judge up here on the stand. You chose that judge. You literally gave Trump his own appointed judge to preside over the case. None of this would have worked in court. It works on you because you're desperate to believe this, but we do have to take this in context of how would this play out in a court of law?
Can you remember?
Yes, those are the in the law, and the numbers escaping me right now, but in the law that sets forth the reasons why you could get
Thanks, Namasi, for the gifted subs.
Non-disclosure order. I believe those are the different prongs, if you will, of that statute.
As it relates to members of Congress and senators and their staff, definitely their staff as well, I mean, that presents concern that we don't have an opportunity to quash the subpoena. How does your office deal with that prospect?
Well, the nature, and I should also be clear that when you're getting an NDO, say for toll records, it's not based on an
like you're going to get banned again today. You got to stay on subject.
That necessarily the person who has the phone number is personally going to obstruct the investigation. It's that if this gets out, people could obstruct the investigation. So I want to make that clear. Second point would be, you are correct in that inherent in getting an NDO is that at various times, people who might have arguments about why to quash a subpoena won't be able to make those arguments. In our investigation, this came up with Twitter. We wanted...
This is crazy. Okay, so just to give you, because I've been talking over this, just to tell you what they're talking about. They're talking about getting the phone records of members of Congress. And the law did not require Jack Smith to tell AT&T that the numbers that they were seeking records of were members of Congress. That wasn't the law. Republicans since then have actually changed the law, where for some Republicans now believe, and congratulations to you freedom-loving Republicans, Republicans now, under the Trump administration, have decided that if you are going to access phone records of a member of Congress, you are required to tell them. So you and I, if somebody wants to investigate us, they can go get our phone records without us knowing. But if you want to investigate a member of Congress, they get to know about it now. Even if not even investigate them, just get their phone records. And the reason they were getting these phone records is so that they could corroborate testimony of specifically Kevin McCarthy saying, during this time, here's who I called. Here's who Donald Trump called at this time. And because that's just testimony, Jen, I'm getting a little feedback. And because that's just testimony, they need to go in and prove that the testimony from Kevin McCarthy and other witnesses is true by obtaining those phone logs so they can say, here's the phone call that Kevin McCarthy claims happened. Here's the record of that phone call happening on that day at that time. It's because he's thorough that he got these logs, but because of all of this and because now Republicans are afraid that they're going to get caught, they've now changed the law so that members of Congress have more protection than you and I. So when they commit crimes, they get a heads up now. Isn't that cool? What's up, Jen?
So Nightcrawler gifted the subs.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Nightcrawler.
But Namaste found the name of
Steve
the
Castor.
guys. Yep.
Gotcha. That is the guy, right? Let me make sure this is the guy.
I think so. All right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna send you another link. RGZ found his Wikipedia. So
perfect. Thank you. Jamar said, I don't know about the machines, but I was told we weren't allowed in your back door. Tony said, happy Friday. Enjoy your weekend. BB87 said, if the GOP had nothing to hide, why did they hold this behind closed doors and not out in the open? You know, like the Dems did. Ray said, let's fucking go. Emily, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. I got those ones. Daniel Ryan said, keep up the amazing work, Jen. And also for the nerds, Joey said, happy New Year. Thank you, Joey. I think I got all those. All right, continue.
To get records from Twitter regarding President Trump. Twitter, and we applied for an NDO from the judge. Twitter refused to provide the records unless they could tell President Trump about that. And so we had litigation with this in the district court.
Twitter got a warrant, and they said, we won't comply with this warrant unless we're allowed to go tell Donnie what's going on here. Remember at the time they were all talking about how Twitter was so against Donald Trump. Twitter stood in the way. They had to litigate this. They won. They beat Twitter on this. But Twitter tried to not be involved and not comply with this investigation.
The district court agreed that there are situations, and there was that Twitter argued that President Trump should be able to assert executive privilege over the records we wanted. And as a result of that litigation, the district court found that it was proper of us, given the level of obstruction in this case, to get that NDO. That decision by the district court was upheld by the Court of Appeals. And then that decision by the Court of Appeals, Twitter, my recollection is Twitter sought to get the Supreme Court to overrule that, and the Supreme Court refused to. And so I tell you all that to say...
And then you fined them, right?
Well, actually, that's before. They refused to comply even after she ruled, and she set a schedule of fines, and so part of the appeal was...
You sought the fines, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
But the point of telling you that was...
So Twitter, for some reason, was in open defiance of multiple judicial orders and wound up getting fined because they refused to comply with subpoenas.
That inherent in an NDO is it may be that certain arguments about why a subpoena should be quashed can't be made. So that happens, and I think there's a parallel in those situations.
When it comes to members of Congress, though, there are the speech or debate protections, which you totally sidestep. I mean, the toll records provide enormous...
What they're arguing, just so we're clear, the speech and debate clause basically allows members of Congress to not be held accountable for things they say in the course of their congressional duties when they're speaking on the House of Congress. It allows them to say stuff that may or may not be true. If it turns out that they lied, they're protected. So what they're arguing is that all of this stuff, all of this fraud that Donald Trump did is actually protected by the speech and debate clause, that they're allowed to lie and do fraud because of the speech and debate clause. That's how flimsy their actual defense is. Their first defense was, but you didn't like Donald Trump. Their second defense is, well, what about the speech and debate clause?
Valuable information because it shows who a member of Congress, who a senator is taking calls from and who they're calling. And if you map it up against the Senate or the House calendar, you can see what the inputs are to their legislative decision making, which is at the core of speech or debate. Do you agree with it?
My office and I.
Oh, and by the way, real quick, somebody said that Twitter refusing to comply with Jack Smith was after Elon bought Twitter. So Elon Musk tried to run cover for Donald Trump and paid millions of dollars in open defiance of the law for Donald Trump. Now, you guys are going to look at him like a patriot for that, but that's because you're all in a fucking cult led by a criminal.
Take the protections of the speech or debate clause seriously. I think they're part of our Constitution. They're an important part of separation of powers. I think our respect for the speech or debate clause is evidenced by the litigation we engaged in this office.
Hold on, wait a minute. Drummond, now we've got a problem. Drummond here wants us to say all those liberals went on record saying they're going to find something on Trump and going to get Trump. That is illegal, you fools. Well, the Republicans here are arguing that that's not illegal. Drummond or Draymond or Dreamond. Sorry if I'm fucking up your name. They're arguing that that would be protected speech. See how you have a problem here? All those Democrats from J6 said they were going to get him. Oh, fuck. But then they're protected. So then wouldn't Republicans argue that that's protected?
Conducted litigation with Congressman Perry and also Vice President Pence, taking that very seriously. And I would just
I don't know about anything about that, Jack. That Jack Dorsey refused to comply with Iranian regime. I'm not sure what that story is. I would not defend Jack Dorsey. I wouldn't be surprised.
I would just also add that my office
refuse to comply with them. Yeah, I would say that that's okay if Jack Dorsey refused to comply with the Iranian regime. Actually, I didn't read that right. Yeah, that's fine. Jack Dorsey has no obligation to comply with the Iranian regime. So it's a weird question.
Had folks who were really the department experts on speech or debate. And when we sought these subpoenas, we got approval from Public Integrity, who are the sort of keepers of that issue. Yeah. And they concurred in us getting these subpoenas.
They did, and we saw some of that email traffic, and I would respectfully disagree with their view of the speech or debate law. As you might imagine. When you sought these non-disclosure orders, the judge didn't know it was a member of Congress. Is that correct?
I don't think we identified that because I don't think that was department policy at the time.
And you had some litigation substantial litigation with Congressman Perry over the seizure of his phone, but you didn't have any litigation with us over the seizure.
This one makes me laugh a little bit. They're saying now they're trying to say this was unfair because you handled Congressman Perry different than us.
Of members of the Judiciary Committee's phones because we never knew about it.
That's correct.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. I think you said regarding the seizure of any senators' phones?
Representative Perry had his phone seized.
Yes, but are you suggesting that there's a seizure of a senator's phone?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
They didn't seize the phones, and Jack Smith wasn't the one that had Congressman Perry's phone seized. That was before he took office for two very different reasons. See how they tried to draw these like false comparisons? And Jack Smith, and I forget this guy's name, were all over that. They saw the little slimy games that these Republicans are trying to play. Yeah, beautiful.
Seizure I'm aware of is Congressman Perry. Do you know of any other seizures?
That's the one I recall.
Okay. So no other members of Congress, no other senator had their phone seized?
I don't know.
Did you seek search warrants for the content of any, of the telephone calls or the content relies mostly to text messages. Did you seek a search warrant for the content of any text messages from members?
From members? Yeah. No, I don't recall.
Okay, it was just full records.
Correct.
Okay. But by not telling the members, by going through this NDO process, they didn't have an opportunity to litigate the speech or debate concerns.
That's correct.
And that's unfair.
So the law says you don't have to tell them. That's what the law is. They're not, it wouldn't even be, like, I don't even know how you would tie this into the speech and debate clause, because you're only, they're only getting their phone records. So it's not anything they said. You're not reading text messages. You're not listening to phone calls. It's just like which calls came in at once. And he said, you didn't even tell them so they could debate it. That's not fair. Yeah, that's the law, bud. But now their argument is, it's not fair.
In our view.
I understand your position, and as I said before, we respect the speech or debate clause. I'm aware of no case in the Supreme Court or the D.C. Circuit that says that getting non-content toll records from a third party violates the speech or debate clause, particularly where, and I think an important point here is these records were not sought to use against members of Congress who were targets. The investigation we were conducting was of President Trump and his co-conspirators, who were all obviously not members of Congress, but also private, not even members of the White House.
So they're not even being targeted for a crime. What's the debate then? Isn't it silly? We're just mad that you looked at our phone records. You did to us what you do to normal citizens, and that's not fair. We should have special rules.
I mean, the House and DOJ has a big disagreement on this. I mean, the William Jefferson
No,
case.
Brian, the position depends on the law. This isn't about politics. You're the one that's doing bias here. Jack Smith is citing the law. Crybaby bitch boy Republican lawyer is going, I don't really like that, and it makes me feel bad. This isn't about politics. Everything is viewed through the lens of politics with you guys, but this is the law. So Jack Smith is just telling them what the law is, and they're going, I don't really like that very much. And you guys are going, oh, it's all political. Jack Smith's a criminal. Big feelings.
You familiar with
today.
the Rayburn House office building case?
I am.
Okay. And so when issuing grand jury subpoenas for toll records, do you consider yourself bound by that opinion?
Yes, but I would say that opinion does not deal. That is a case where there was a search warrant of a congressman's office. That congressman was a target of the investigation. The search warrant wasn't seeking non-content toll records. It was seeking the actual records, legislative material of the congressman to be used against that congressman.
Right. But I mean, the court in the Rayburn case concluded that there is a documentary non-disclosure privilege, not just a prohibition on the evidentiary use of that material against members.
I'm not debating the Rayburn case exists. What I'm saying is in the Supreme Court or the D.C. Circuit, there is no case that says non-content. Rayburn dealt with content. Non-content records, not secured from a member, but
Let's make this dumb for Republicans for you. They keep citing this Rayburn case. What the Rayburn case says is that if you are accessing the content of the phone, then you have to disclose. What he's saying is the Rayburn case doesn't apply because we're not accessing the content of the phone. We're not accessing the phone at all. We're accessing call records. So the Rayburn case that these dumbass lawyers are trying to cite, it doesn't apply here. This is like the third time Jack Smith has tried to explain this to these Republicans. And they're just like, I still don't get it. What's the content?
A third party are subject to the speech and debate clause. And if I may, the correspondence we talked about, that reading, which was the reading of my staff who are very familiar with this, was consistent with the department's position on those issues, and public integrity, which was sort of the keeper of this issue, concurred in our getting these subpoenas.
We're making exhibits. We up to number 6?
Yes.
This is my phone. I have Wi-Fi.
And this is some back and forth.
I am loving the Republicans. It's you guys have lost it. Oh, it's just this guy's clearly a crook. Oh, because he has a beard? He's clearly a crook. The cope is beautiful today. I was hoping it would go this way, and it's going exactly how I hoped. Just watching Republicans reaching for straws. Please let us find something that works bad. This is a masterclass. Somebody said earlier, if this was a fight, it would have been stopped ages ago. It's not even fair. I'm starting to feel bad for the Republicans. It's not a fair fight. Thanks, Joel.
Exhibit 6 is going to be an email between your office and Public Integrity regarding the Senate, the toll records for the senators.
Jess, these people aren't complaining. Jesus Christ, you are fucking dumb. Jesse, sorry. That makes me feel better. They're not complaining. They're testifying in front of Congress. Congress wants to ask him. He's answering their questions. He's not out there complaining. He doesn't work here. He doesn't go here. This is their place. They brought him in. They're asking him questions. It's just going poorly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The relevant
I like
these documents are helpfully not based.
Yeah. If you want to show me yours, I can look for it here.
Now they're just, this is another strategy that they employ. And the reason he's smiling is because he keeps asking for documentation to prove that they don't know where they're going. And it happens multiple times that they just start all looking at documents and nobody talks for a few minutes. And then they're just like, you can move on if you want. And then the Republican lawyers are like, all right, fine, we'll just move on. Like, they don't know what they're doing here.
Great.
So the department has, if you're going to, it has requirements for all prosecutors that, if you're going to bring a tax prosecution, you have to consult with the tax division, right?
Correct.
If you're going to bring a national security related case for classified documents, handling classified documents, you need the national security division to okay that, right?
Correct.
And as it relates to, sensitive political matters, the Attorney General has to okay, and there's been a series of memos both from Attorney General Barr and Garland and so forth, correct?
Sensitive political matters, I'm not sure if that's the terminology. There's an election year sensitivities memo, and there's also regulations, specific regulations for specific situations, yes.
Right, and the FBI calls it a sensitive investigative matter, and they need to get they can't do anything without getting the director of the FBI to okay, getting search warrants against members of Congress and so forth. Correct?
I'm not as familiar with the FBI regulations as the DOJ regulations.
But is public integrity, before you seek member toll records, is the hoop you have to jump through public integrity?
So it was for my office because I directed my staff to consult them anytime we were going to do that. I understand that was more of a practice and tradition.
Mm-hmm.
It's since become a specific requirement after these toll records were issued, but it was my policy to do that, and it was, again, consistent with my policy of wanting to sort of leverage the expertise in the department.
Okay.
So we did that.
Is this back and forth, and your staff had a memo that it, I think, basically put in email, and then public integrity responds with this message. Is that essentially the extent of the back and forth with public integrity?
MAGA's claiming Jack Smith was up Trump's ass for a decade. Jack Smith was hired, I think, in 2022, 2023. And he was on until the beginning of this year. So at most 2.5 years. I don't know if you know about decades, but that's generally 10 years. And by the way, Jack Smith got 2 grand jury indictments against Trump. Trump never faced this prosecution because he was able to run out the clock. But to say he got nothing is a little silly. He got 2 grand jury indictments.
I don't know that this is the extent of it. There's a line here that says, as you are aware. That makes me think that there was also a telephone conversation, but I don't, just to be clear, I don't have a specific recollection of that. I told my staff that in this situation, if we're going to seek these toll records, you need to consult with public integrity. As you can see from the email chain, I wasn't on that email chain.
Were there any other boxes?
A grand jury indictment is something. A grand jury indictment is when you go and you present the evidence, and the grand jury decides if you have enough evidence to warrant a criminal case. So he had enough evidence for a grand jury to decide that, yes, this should go to court. It's not nothing.
Did you have to check? Did you have to tell the Attorney General or the DAG to get these toll records, or was it just you and public integrity?
My direction was to tell for our staff to go to public integrity. It may well have been that this is the sort of thing either I would have briefed the Attorney General on, or J.P. Cooney, who was our contact with the leadership of the department, may have told them about. But the thing that I was most concerned about was making sure public integrity, who was sort of the experts on this issue.
Good point, Jess. A grand jury can indict a ham sandwich in a blue state. This took place in Florida. Swing and a miss again, Jesse. This is beginning to be a mismatch between me and you. If I were you, I'd stop talking. Every fucking thing you say is wrong. How many more times are you going to look like a dipshit before you give it up?
That they were consultant.
I mean, this isn't, if you look at the email, it's not that fulsome, right? It's not a complete analysis of the constitutionality or even the propriety of the call record subpoenas under the speech or debate clause. I mean, is that fair to say?
Yeah, certainly there could be more analysis, but again, I don't know if there was an additional conversation that it seemed. I'm drawing an inference. I don't recall this, but this seems to me to indicate there may have been an additional conversation.
So the email, from our perspective, it seems to be a cursory litigation risk assessment. It's not, it doesn't raise the issues that we would raise if we were litigating the speech or debate matter. Because, I mean, our position is that the toll record subpoenas do violate speech or debate. I mean, if you get a list of all the people calling members of the Judiciary Committee before a floor vote.
Our view is that this does violate the speech and debate clause, even though the courts upheld that it doesn't. And then we had to change the law. So now it violates speech and debate. But that's just our view. Yeah, we get it. But they already went to court for this. The courts have upheld that it's not a violation of the speech and debate clause. That's why you had to write a new law, because the laws did not say that violates the speech and debate clause. And by the way, now members of Congress, right and left, are more insulated. Now it's harder to prosecute members of Congress. Now it's harder to confirm evidence if members of Congress are involved. So congratulations, Republicans. Your allegiance to Donald Trump has allowed Republican members of Congress to protect themselves and everybody in Congress should they be accused of crimes in the future. Nice job.
That is pretty core protected material. This back and forth with public integrity doesn't address very much. Is that fair?
Well, again, I don't know if there were additional conversation or conversations. I also don't know, frankly, if this is the only email on this issue. So I don't think I would call it cursory. I think an important context here is that the people involved in this, including the people on this email chain, as well as one of my senior counselors, Ray Halser, who was really the department's expert on these issues, that these are people with expertise in this area discussing it with one another.
But if you believe what the Washington Post reporters wrote in their book, they say, according to their story.
We're back to citing a fucking book that he didn't work with them on. They're just citing somebody's book now. How is this the Republican defense? Jesse, calm down. Listen, you're a dumb bitch. It's not your fault, but you're dumb.
Just that you were legendary for being dialed into, every last detail of these cases. That you were, they stopped short of calling you a micromanager, but they say that, you looked at, witness outlines, 2 days before witness interviews. Is that fair?
I did that without.
They said that you were good and you understood all the details of your case. So why isn't this book good evidence? Because I didn't work with the authors of that book. That's why. He didn't read all the books about him. It's over his case.
Kinds of interviews, yes.
And you had, at points, you had daily meetings with the teams, and you wanted to know, every last detail of your case. Is that fair?
I try to be a responsible supervisor, yes.
But when it comes to taking the members of Congress, phone records, you weren't as plugged into that. Is that fair?
No, I don't think that's fair. I spoke with my staff about this. I ultimately approved it.
Right.
I had faith in the expertise of my staff. They discussed it with me. I felt there was a basis for it. I felt it was relevant and material to the investigation. And I also felt comfortable because I knew that my view about that would be tested by an analysis of public integrity.
Look at the last sentence. Low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged.
No likelihood that any of the members below would be charged. Now, Jim Jordan, he's had enough. Watch what Jim Jordan does. He reads the sentence verbatim. Jack Smith's going to respond. And then Jim Jordan is going to change all of the words in the fucking sentence to say, this is what it really means. And we just got a masterclass from Jack Smith on how to handle Jim Jordan. Listen, if you may need to lay down a towel for this.
And the litigation risk would be minimal. Not to mention, they're not going to know. So the assessment is, as Steve described it, pretty cursory. We're not going to charge anyone. We're not going to get sued. They're not going to know. Who cares about speech or debate? That's what this
He just changed the entire sentence. This is why Jim Jordan's effective in Congress, because he takes a sentence and then he repurposes the meaning how he wants it, and then he asks them to respond to the way that he phrases it. But here's how you handle Jim Jordan.
That's what it looks like to me. Your response?
Chairman, I would disagree with that characterization of it.
Well, that's what the sentence says. We're not going to charge these people. I doubt if they take us to court. It'd be hard for them to take us to court because they're not going to know for years that we did this. move ahead. And you said fine with that.
I approve these subpoenas, yes.
Our view is this is inconsistent.
He just doesn't take the bait. He just goes, yeah, I approve this. John, no, I'm going to talk. You could get the fuck out of here if you don't want to hear commentary. On YouTube, if I just let the video play, I get in trouble. I have to add commentary. You can go watch this on YouTube without my commentary.
Consistent with the D.C. Circuit case law, which establishes that the speech or debate protections includes a non-disclosure privilege, period. It's not just a privilege against using that material against the members. It's also a privilege against taking that information and using it against a third party. If you're going to prosecute Jeff Clark with Scott Perry's phone records, we believe the D.C. Circuit holds you can't.
Now they're back to Scott Perry. He didn't prosecute Scott Perry. He has nothing to do. They can't keep their cases straight. They keep accusing him of prosecuting Scott Perry. He didn't prosecute Scott Perry.
And this back and forth with public integrity doesn't factor that in. That's concerning to us. Did you have any discussions with the Office of Legal Counsel or the Solicitor General's office? Or are there any other components in the Justice Department that analyze this?
On this discrete issue, I don't have any recollection of those entities being involved in that discussion.
Here's where it gets good. Now, here's something you're going to see that Jack Smith is unbelievable. I'm stealing this. When they don't ask him a question, he doesn't respond. If they rattle off 5 questions in a row, he responds to the last question that they asked. So when they try and they try and direct the conversation and add their own commentary, he just sits there and stares at them until they ask him a question. And then he answers only the question that they asked. He's so fucking good.
And there's a statute regarding Senate phone records. Are you familiar with 2 United States Code 6628?
Yes.
And did you analyze or factor in that statute before you issued the subpoenas for the senator poll records?
As I sit here today, I don't recall specifically discussing that actually I will say that my reading of that statute as it existed at that time is that that was a statute directed at providers. It actually envisions that a provider might actually get an NDO application, and the provider who has the best information about whose phone line is whose.
I just cursed a lot. No disrespect.
They're best situated to make these judgments.
Okay, so that was my next question: is like whose responsibility it is to flag that there's a statute, a law that bars NDOs with regards to certain Senate phone numbers. Who's responsible?
This is crazy. I swear to God, like I can't believe these are the real Republican prosecutors. They said, whose job is it to flag that you have to let people know about these NDOs? There was no law that existed at that time. They rewrote the law later, and they keep going back. They're trying to hold Jack Smith to a law that didn't exist at the time. Do you see how many times they've tried this? And he's just going to tell them again, like, yeah, that law didn't apply. I dealt with the law that was in existence when I was prosecuting.
Really, is that the special counsel's office? Is that the carrier? Is that the judge? Does the judge have to sort of figure this out? The magistrate judge? Certainly the magistrate judge doesn't have to figure it out like all on his own, does he?
Well, that statute, as I said, my reading of that statute, the language of that statute as it existed at that time, is that it's the job of the carrier. And to me, that makes sense because they're the ones who have the best and most accurate information about whose phone lines are whose. They actually have that information.
Okay. But the package of materials that you send off to the magistrate judge or the chief judge, whoever the duty judge, as you mentioned, you don't identify that it's a Senate phone number or a member of Congress in those applications. So there'd be no way for the judge to know that there's these additional considerations. Is that fair?
I think that is fair. I think the department guidance on that issue has changed since these events we're talking about. And so now if one were to do that, you would notify the judge.
Okay, and my time's up, so unfortunately I have to leave it
Jesse,
there.
how many more times are you going to be stupid? They didn't bend it. They followed the law to a T, and the Republicans changed the law. You just look, take Donald Trump's dick out of your mouth for like 5 seconds. It's flaccid anyways. No amount of lip movement, tongue movement, cupping of the balls, no amount of any of that stuff is going to make it work. It's just sitting in there flaccid for no reason. Nobody's bending the Constitution here except for Republicans.
We'll go off the record.
All right, now we're going to go off the record. They're going to talk about a whole bunch of shit, and you'll see there's It's going to go like 12, 13 minutes off the record. So then we'll
The law in connection with efforts.
Now it's going to be Democrats. I'm going to skip this one until we go off record again. We're going to get back to Republicans again. I still recommend watching the Democrats' questioning of Jack Smith, and I'm going to show you the second time they questioned. But the first time is kind of just reviewing that information. I like seeing Jack Smith being pressed. Let's go. I think it's here.
Then you followed up and you said you made a call. Then you followed up and you said you made a call to the Justice Department, someone you knew there. And I think I got
it cut off a little bit. Or I might not get right at the start. But what Jim Jordan now is talking about is Jack Smith's appointment. And Jack Smith earlier testified that he had called his friend at the Justice Department when he got a new job at the Justice Department. Jack Smith was overseas working at The Hague, and he called his friend to congratulate him on the job and said, if there's anything that comes up at the Justice Department that you think I'd be a good fit for, I am interested in coming back to the Justice Department. So if something comes up, I'm interested. And that's where we're picking up now.
Right, you said if there was the right position, I would be interested. What was the right position you were talking about?
If I could take you back, Marshall Miller is the person I was talking about.
That was my next question.
Yeah, I learned that he was returning to the Department of Justice. I was still overseas at this point in my State Department position. I reached out to congratulate him about coming back to the department.
And what position did he have at the department?
He was a senior position in the Deputy Attorney General's office. I'm not sure I'm going to get the exact title right, but it was a senior position in the Deputy Attorney General's
My
office.
understanding, he was Principal Deputy Attorney General, number 3 position.
That could well be.
Yeah, he worked at
So
The
you
Hague.
called him and you told him what?
Well, I initially called him to congratulate him on coming back to the department.
Okay.
And at some point, I told him that if the right position came up, I would be interested in returning to the department.
And what was the right position?
I wasn't specific about it. I just told him if the right thing came up to sort of keep me in mind.
What did you have in mind? Do you want to go back to running the public integrity section?
So,
do you want to be a line lawyer? What do you want to do?
What I recall is right around then there was a domestic terrorism.
Jesse, that's not part of this argument. Keep floundering. Have you noticed nobody's talked about Fight Like Hell? The reason you're talking about Fight Like Hell is what you're doing right now, and what all of you Republicans are doing, and what this is exposing is that the case that you've been arguing isn't the case that Jack Smith brought, right? You're fighting a media war right now. Jack Smith will never even bring that up.
Unit being set up, and I don't know if I shared that with Marshall, but that idea that was being set up, I was interested in things like that, but I didn't have a specific.
When did the call take place?
Well, it wasn't. I'm not going to remember specific conversations. I know shortly after he returned, I reached out to congratulate him on returning to the department. At some point, I don't know if it was then or in a call after that, I said if the right position came up, I would be interested.
So you're saying today you were in no way referencing what many assume might happen, which would be there be a special counsel looking into President Trump. That wasn't on your mind. You weren't anticipating that.
When I told him I'd be interested, no.
Okay. Let's go back to where we left off in our first hour with the toll records. So you seem to indicate that you felt the burden was on the carrier to comply, and that you felt that was consistent with the statute that applies to the United States Senate. Did you feel like you had a burden at all to tell, to let the carriers know that we in fact are looking for toll records for numerous United States senators?
I'm sorry, sir. Which statute are you talking about?
The statute applies to the Senate, where you reference that you think the burden is placed on the carriers to deal with this issue with senators who don't by the House, but the senators.
When they're talking about the carriers, so Jim Jordan's asking him if, specifically AT&T. Jack Smith earlier testified that the burden was on the carriers to not tell members of Congress because they're not allowed to, right? They're not allowed to go leak that information. That's why the law has been changed. But now they're still on this. The reason Jim Jordan's upset is because he's one of the people whose calls were subpoenaed, and he's probably implicated a little bit. There's gonna be some quotes that implicate him, and Jack Smith's gonna explain why they wanted specifically Jim Jordan's call records. But now we're back to that. Now we're back to you followed the law exactly, but now there's a new law. So why didn't you follow the new law?
Our first hour, you said the burden's on them to if they're going to let the Senate know that they're toll records are going to the government, the burden is on them. And I'm just asking, do you feel like there was any burden on the prosecutor, on you, to tell, to make that public?
To make that public?
Not to make it public, to let the carriers know we are in fact, make it public to the carriers, we are in fact asking for toll records for United States senators.
Sir, I don't recall discussing that particular statute. I may have. What I meant to communicate was that reading that statute as it existed at the time, reading it now, it's clear to me that the process that was envisioned.
So you didn't know about the statute back when you requested the tolls?
I do not recall discussing the statute. I can't recall if I knew about it then or not.
Okay, there's definitely a burden based on what the Justice Department is now going to do move forward. There's definitely a burden now, but you didn't think there was any type of burden for you to let the carriers know these numbers we are giving you are numbers for, excuse me, for United States senators.
As you referenced, the statute has now been changed, and before that change, my understanding is that the statute directed carriers to do this analysis, and in fact envisioned that carriers might get.
So there's no burden on you. No burden on the prosecutor. That's what I'm getting at.
My reading of that statute as it was drafted at that time is there was not.
Okay, and you ran the public integrity section back in your days at Justice Department. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever get requests for toll records for?
By the way, when you guys, Republicans are saying that he says you can't recall, he said, I don't recall having any specific conversation about this statute with anybody. That's not relevant at all. He's just being honest. It doesn't matter if he had the conversation. The argument is whether it was lawful or not. You don't need to document every single conversation you had for 3 years. You didn't break the law. The conversation part of it would be important if he had broke the law or if he was in defiance of the law. He followed the law exactly, so much so that they like, well, now we got to change the law because he was allowed to do this.
This internal analysis that you think was, as Steve said, pretty cursory. Did you ever get requests for members of Congress or United States senators their toll records?
It was some time ago. I'm sure we may have. As I sit here now, I can't remember a specific instance, but I'm not saying.
How long were you head of the public integrity section?
I was the head from May of 2010 until it was either January or February of I believe 2015.
You know, it's interesting, man, without prejudice. You, Dipshit Mags in the chat, keep saying that he wasn't lawfully authorized as special counsel. And I appreciate that you guys are saying that, but that's like a conspiracy theory, fringe, dumbass opinion. No, none of the Republicans here are making that argument. Why do you think it is that you are making that argument, but the lawyers and members of Congress who are representing the Republicans right now aren't asking that question? Why they're not even making that accusation? Are you just that much smarter than them?
Okay, 5 years, and in that time frame, you don't know if you got, you can't recall, you may have, I think is, I'm going to be fair to you, that you don't recall any request for the toll records of members of Congress or United States senators.
Well, I'm saying we may well have, and that may well have happened. I just, as I sit here right now, don't recall a specific instance of that. I'm not denying that happened.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, that's how conspiracy theories work. That's how theories work. I love when you guys say the dumbest, most obvious shit. Well, a tree's not a tree until it grows into a tree. Yeah, a theory is something that is unproven. A conspiracy theory is a theory that involves a conspiracy, people conspiring together. And like all theories, they are theories until they're true. Yeah, and Alan, by the way, when he says don't recall, he is saying, the question Jim Jordan asked him was, in your time as a prosecutor, 30 years worth, by the way, has there ever been a time that you guys have subpoenaed a member of Congress's phone records? And he said, I can't think of a specific instance, but I'm sure that it's happened. He just doesn't recall a specific person. And again, not really relative to this case. It's just because Jim Jordan wants to smear him. That's a fair answer. I don't know. It could have happened, but I don't remember a specific name. So if it happened, I wouldn't be surprised that happened, but I don't have a specific name. Not relevant to the case at all. You guys are motherfucking desperate to find anything. So far, what MAGA's been able to uncover in this testimony is sometimes Jack Smith says and sometimes he doesn't remember specific answers from his 30 years of prosecutorial expertise. That's it.
Once the department gets the records, what does it do with it? I know that the FBI has something they call the Cellular Analysis Survey Team CAST. But do you know what happens with the records once they get them?
Zach, that's fair. This is a flat bill hat. I also hate this hat, but I put it on anyways. And I've looked into this camera a million times and went, God, I shouldn't have worn this hat. It does make me seem a little boomerish. That's a pretty good diss, and that did hurt my feelings, but you landed one. Well done, Zach.
The analysis, like how they do the analysis.
What do you do with the records?
That would not be my area of expertise. How the analysis is actually conducted.
And how does that get rolled back into the team?
What do you mean?
The team's work, the prosecutor's work. So you subpoenaed Speaker McCarthy's toll records after he became Speaker, and you sought records from November 2020 through January 8th, 2021. Like, what were you looking for with his records? Like, what did you do with the information you obtained?
Okay, so what the relevance of those records? There'd be several examples, but his contacts with either co-conspirators, the president, or conduits of information to the president was relevant to our investigation. And an example I could give you is on January 6th, we had information from Mark Meadows, who was present for a call where Congressman McCarthy was asking for help. He was asking the president to come to his aid while the Capitol was being seized. Getting the exact toll records for when that happened was relevant for our investigation, both to question other witnesses about, so we had an accurate timeline, and also to corroborate.
Did you hear that, MAGA? Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, testified to Jack Smith that he was calling and trying to get a hold of Trump and anybody to get help, to get people to come down to the Capitol. And those calls were going unanswered. And so that's why Jack Smith subpoenaed those records. He needed to match up Kevin McCarthy's testimony with the facts. So when Kevin McCarthy said, I was calling to get help, they had a phone record there. Why was Kevin McCarthy calling for help?
The call happened at approximately the time witnesses said it happened.
But it's pretty significant to subpoena the Speaker of the House's toll records, right?
Yeah. We followed department policy, and we followed all legal requirements in getting those records.
Well, they've got the phone records. Also, Kevin McCarthy has admitted this, Thomas. Don't be a dumb shit that just like blindly doesn't believe anything Jack Smith says. That's a silly way to live your life. If you see somebody speaking and you don't like what they're saying, so you say, I'm choosing not to believe them, you are ripe to be lied to. You're just a person who's always going to rely on your gut, and you're going to get lied to a lot. Just in general, don't live your life in a way where you judge what somebody's saying based on how you feel about them. Judge what he's saying based on the evidence available. If you don't know about that evidence, go Google it. See if there is evidence available. But just so you know, he's testifying here under oath. Any of this stuff would be perjury if he's lying about it, and they'll go after him. So years from now, when there's no perjury charges, you'll be left just being like, well, he was probably lying and they just didn't catch him.
I mean, to get the information you're looking for, nobody disputed the Speaker and the President were having communications on January 6th. So one way you could have gotten that information is you could have asked the Speaker's lawyer to look at his phone records and to give you the information you needed. Right?
Why didn't you just ask him instead of getting a subpoena? Oh, now they want special treatment for members of Congress. Why didn't you just ask him for it? That's what their defense is now.
Well, you say now that nobody's disputing, but my experience in criminal investigations is that people often at trial dispute things that you never thought were going to be in dispute during the investigation. And so when I conduct a criminal investigation, I don't assume there will be no disputes. Having a record that is a hard record about a time, and the timeline of that afternoon was particularly important because that violence started. The president refused to stop it. He endangered the life of his vice president. Then he's getting calls, and not calls from Democrats, not calls from people he doesn't know, calls from people he trusts, calls from people he relies on, and still refuses to come to the aid of the people at the Capitol. That's very important evidence for criminal intent in our case.
Right, but you could ask Elliot Burke for that information, the Speaker's lawyer.
It's a real defense.
Why didn't you just ask us? We would have told you the truth.
Yeah, well, Jim Jordan refuses to testify. All of these people refuse to testify. Why would you ask them? They're not. And by the way, don't do it anyways. As a lawyer, you don't just go ask people. You go get what you need.
You could have asked Elliot Burke to say, "Can you get us the speaker's, phone records for this time?" And he probably would have said, "Of course."
Yeah, he would have agreed.
And your question?
Why didn't you do that?
That's brilliant. See what I mean? He just says something, and Jack Smith's like, "Are you asking me a question? Why didn't you do that?" Oh, okay. Now I'll explain.
Got these records in a manner that was consistent with the law and consistent with department policy. There's nothing improper about how we got these records.
Same with Representative Perry's phone. I mean, you could have asked Representative Perry's lawyer. I mean, there's no evidence that Representative Perry or Speaker McCarthy was interested in obstructing your work, was there?
I don't have any evidence that Speaker McCarthy was, I don't recall any evidence, I should say, that Speaker McCarthy was interested in obstructing our work.
Okay, so with Representative Perry, you could have contacted his lawyer and you could have said, "This is what we're looking for. Can you help us achieve this without seizing his phone?"
Well, with Congressman Perry, I should point out that the seizure of his phone happened several months before I was ever special counsel. I wasn't involved.
That's about the 8th time that they've brought up a seizure of Congressman Perry's phone. He's had to correct them multiple times that he wasn't the lawyer in charge at that time, and they keep still trying to bring it up. This is how loose their conspiracy theories are. They can't even put two prosecutions together. They have to link other people's that are unrelated in order to make this lame conspiracy theory work.
In that process.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Brendan.
But in hindsight, would you have counseled taking a different avenue to acquiring a member's phone?
I'm not going to speculate on investigative steps that occurred before I became special counsel.
Okay. When obtaining the toll records of members of Congress or anyone, what is the standard? Must there be some evidence that relates to a criminal prosecution or criminal investigation?
So there has to be a reasonable basis to believe that there will be materially relevant evidence.
Okay. Now, with the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the subpoena, with Speaker McCarthy, the subpoena, the time frame was November 2020 through January 8th, 2021. With the now chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the time frame went back to January 2020. So it was for a full year where, between January 2020 and December of 2020, nobody, had any telephone calls about these matters. I'm just curious why you went back to January 2020, the office did.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. When you say you went back, can we just get the date of when
it was May 1st, 2022, and it was before you were appointed. When I say you, I apologize. I mean the office, the effort. I mean, this was...
Their dates are all wrong. They keep asking about shit that happened before he was in office. Before he got the job. They are lost. They are up Schitt's Creek with no paddle. They have no clue what the fuck they're doing.
Before you became special counsel, the D.C. matters were headed up by Thomas Wyndham, as I understand it.
I believe that's right.
And the Florida matters were headed up by Jay Bratt.
That's correct.
And so the question is, why would DOJ, why would the team seek records from January 2020 through November of that year, before any of these issues, before anyone knew about any of these issues?
Yeah, I played no role in that subpoena. I was still in Europe at the time.
I know you weren't working there, but could you explain why they did this? What was their demeanor? What was their thinking before you even existed on this team?
And because I wasn't present or involved, I'm not going to speculate on the basis for the range of time that the prosecutors in that case sought.
Okay. After you became the special counsel, that information obtained from the subpoena, was available to the special counsel team. What did the team do with it after you became, after you were sworn in?
You mean when you say that information, you're talking about the total
record subpoena for the chairman of the committee?
Well, I can tell you that.
Hey guys, cue the both sides are bad. Both sides are bad guys here every day. You just say you're a Republican. Stop it. Don't do both sides are bad. Just stay in the moment. It's a silly thing to say both sides are bad. There's clearly both sides are not bad here. There's nothing Jack Smith has done that anybody can point to that is wrong. What? Because he prosecuted Trump? It was a virtually flawless prosecution. Don't both sides this.
example, there were...
And that's a good point, too. Go compare this to Pam Bondi or Kash Patel refusing to answer questions, screaming, arguing, trying to deflect blame, attacking. Have you noticed that not one single time has Jack Smith responded to these questions by attacking the person asking the questions? If we're going to both sides it, go compare the two. Jim Jordan's asking questions. Jim Jordan refused to sit for a deposition. Donald Trump refused to sit for a deposition. All these Republicans have refused to sit for a deposition. You don't get to both sides while one guy's begging for transparency, answering every question, refusing to engage in bad faith, and you guys come in, both sides bad. No. There's bad things that happen on both sides. One side is clearly corrupt and covering this up.
There was contact on, for example, January 6th, that again, another example for you is Mark Meadows. When we interviewed him, he referenced the fact.
See, look, Bad Boy immediately proves that he is a Republican. And Russian collusion was honest? Yes. That's why Trump's campaign manager and top national security advisor pled guilty, along with the 37 other indictments. Yes. The Russia investigation was also above board. You just keep believing dumbass Republicans, and you came in here trying to play like middle ground. You're just a Republican. No, you are a Republican. You don't say you're a Republican. You believe that the Russian investigation was a hoax. You believe stuff. You just believe their lies, and now you're playing both sides. Trump's campaign chairman pled guilty and went to jail for working with Russia. Yeah. They worked with Russia.
That afternoon, Chairman Jordan had been in contact with the White House, and like Congressman McCarthy's contact with the White House, it was relevant because, and again, Meadows stated this, that these were supporters, these were credible people that the president relied on. And what I recall was Meadows stating that I've never seen Jim Jordan scared of anything. And the fact that we were in this different situation now where people were scared really made it clear that what was going on at the Capitol could not be mistaken for anything.
We'll pause for a second while he's explaining why they wanted these records and more proof of why they wanted these records. If you believe that the Russian investigation was a hoax, and one of you Republicans just said it was proven in court that it was a hoax, you need to cite a court case, but we're not going to get derailed by Russia. I shouldn't have even responded to that. But go look it up. There was no court case that ruled it was a hoax. That never happened. And if it was a hoax, then why did Trump's people plead guilty? They just pled guilty for fun? Just for funsies? Yeah, I guess I'll plead guilty to working for Russia, says his campaign manager.
And what it was. And it goes back to that sort of information from someone who is a credible source to the president, proving that actually happened and that there's actually a record of that call and exactly when it happened and what actions happened after that or didn't happen after that, extremely probative to our case.
Right, but DOJ took Mr. Jordan's phone records from January 2020 through November, through January of the subsequent. I mean, what on earth could the Justice Department want with his phone records before time's relevant?
Sure, and the breadth of that subpoena was before I was special counsel, and I wasn't involved in the deliberations about seeking that subpoena or the breadth of it, and so I can't speak to that.
Okay.
For the 50th time, please explain something that you had nothing to do with. I can't. I had nothing to do with that.
Can you see from our point of view that there's a perception that there's some overreach going on there?
I understand your question. I don't have any, and I do understand it, I don't have any reason to believe that subpoena was secured for any improper purpose or that it was secured in contravention of department regulations or the law.
Okay. And in terms of who is involved with the authorizations for that type of subpoena, it's your team, it's public integrity, any other Justice Department component?
I cannot speak to that before I was special counsel. I can say that when I was special counsel, I was the person who approved subpoenas of that nature.
Okay.
And with, of course, the fact that I wanted consultation with public integrity.
Okay. So that was the universe of DOJ authorization. It was you and public integrity. You didn't have to go to the DAG. You didn't have to go to OLC. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When the subpoena was served for certain members of the Judiciary Committee, it was served by an official at the Department of Justice's Inspector General. which from our point of view raises a conflict of interest. I mean, the Inspector General is supposed to be conducting oversight, if necessary, of department components. Certainly, if department components are being real aggressive with members of Congress, we might want the IG to conduct a probe of that, right? But if the IG is on your team and they're doing this with you, that presents a problem for us. And so the question is, why was the IG's office serving these subpoenas? Why were they, they went in, I know it was before you were the special counsel, but they went on the Perry.
This is fucking unbelievable. Why are they're doing nothing but ask him questions where he has no material knowledge. He wasn't there. Like, you see how pathetic this was? They have no case. They just keep asking about stuff that happened before he was around. Yes, he did just do it again. It's all they have.
Search. They took his phone and then they imaged his phone. I mean, the IG here is just like a regular part of the team. Can you explain why that happened?
Yes, with the understanding that I obviously wasn't in that decision chain because I wasn't involved in the case, but my understanding is that the Jeffrey Clark component of this investigation, he was a Department of Justice employee during the period of time that we were, and my predecessors were investigating this, and it's my understanding that is why they were involved in the investigation.
But understood, but why, when it comes to members of Congress, didn't, like, I don't understand, like, yeah, I understand they had the Jeffrey Clark investigation going on, but when it comes to members of Congress, I mean, the IG has a special, relationship with Congress. Why are they allowed to be involved?
Again, all I can tell you is what I just told you. This was before my time, but my understanding about why it occurred is because they were involved in that aspect of the investigation.
And were they involved after you became the special counsel? Were they involved in serving poll record subpoenas related to members of Congress, to your knowledge?
My recollection is that they may still have been involved. My primary dealings were with the FBI, but they may well have stayed as part of the investigation. I didn't have a lot of interaction with them.
Okay. And when some of these toll record subpoenas were served by the IG's office, do you know whether they knew they were serving toll record subpoenas?
Do you know if they knew? Bro, let it go.
A member of Congress?
Are you talking about in the period of time when I was special counsel or before?
When you were the special counsel.
Okay. As I said here, just to be clear, I'm not aware, I don't recollect that people in the DOJ Inspector General's office were serving subpoenas during my time.
Okay.
Could well be. I just don't have recollection of that.
Okay. I can represent to you that they did serve subpoenas before your time. I mean, they served one in May of 2022 related to the chairman of the committee.
Yeah, and as I said, before my time, I can't speak to that because I was in Europe. I wasn't in the investigation.
But after you became, after you were appointed, that wasn't occurring?
Why do you think it is that they could prove the IG was issuing these subpoenas before but not after? Oh, I wonder why that might be. Just a reminder, guys, we're crowdfunding. I'm going to stop there for a second. I got to catch up on some messages. We'll probably go for another hour and 15 minutes or so. We got the gift goal a third of the way knocked out, so I appreciate you guys. Let me read some of these, and then we'll get right back to them asking the same question. Thanks, Tim. Jerry Mandarin said, "What did Trump say when asked how to respond to Hurricane Florence? Pay her the same as Stormy Daniels." Is that a real thing? Did he really say that? I don't remember that. Burned Out Medic, thank you very much. Sad Renee said they're trying to justify the $1 million they snuck in to the big beautiful bill. Greg said it would. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Their ability to sue the government for subpoenaing their records. I didn't even make that connection. Said Renee. That is a good point. I think it was like $500,000 per charge or something like that. Greg said if Trump wouldn't have been elected, he would have been fucked. Well, that's what Elon says. Ryan said, do not donate any money to RTP Talks. It's a money scam. He's stealing this video just for a talk show. Sad. Just to grab your donation, bank the money, and run off. Money scam talk show host. Thank you for sharing that. Guys, whatever you do not give me money. This is a money scam. I'm stealing this video just for a talk show.
Ryan's in pocket watching really hard. So if you guys want to piss Ryan off to knock out the rest of that gift goal, that's totally fine.
Danielle said conservatives never get tired of losing. You just claim you win. I lost 50-0. That's a win. Joel said keep up the great work. Thanks. Janelle said go Hawks. Not cool. Janelle, not today. Go Niners. Bang bang Niner gang all day every day. Also thanks for everything and Happy New Year. Jolene said good work. Dustin said good work. I think I got those ones. Sure. Here, Alex says MAGA complaining about I can't recall while being able to listen to the Trump admin say I'm not going to answer you for 5 straight fucking hours. Denise, thank you. Happy New Year to you as well. Lisa, I think I got yours. Lisa said thank you for showing this. It was on my list. Jen, did I miss? I don't think I missed any of yours. Got them. All right. We'll get back to this.
Your knowledge?
I just don't have a recollection of that.
Okay.
But I want to just to be clear, I'm not sure in my role I would know which individual agent was serving a subpoena. So that's not something I would have necessarily known in the first place. Just I want to make that clear.
Fair enough, but if it was from the IG's office, wasn't that raised like an issue?
I'm just saying to you, in my role, I was not.
Can I say something? I like that when you say that, OG, this is clear, the right is scared and the left isn't. I would just say that we don't know where Jack Smith is. I don't know if Jack Smith is right, left, or indifferent. I know that the things that would lead me to believe that he's on the left is he's a career prosecutor, and he has largely, like he was in, he prosecuted specifically like domestic abuse and I think trafficking. Then he worked for the ICJ, the International Criminal Courts, and he went after same types of crimes. He was only in private sector for less than a year. He's clearly not somebody who is doing this strictly for money. And his career has been going after like the worst of the worst. So that leads me to believe he's on the left, because if he was on the right, he'd be like Dershowitz and he'd just be out there protecting criminals. But to say this is a left versus right thing, this is a prosecutor who has never shared any of his political beliefs. He just happens to be going after a criminal conspiracy on the right.
Like directing which agent would serve which subpoena.
Okay. Did you have
his wife donated $10 to Act Blue? That's right, Yosef.
Any interactions with the IG's office on the Jeff Clark matter?
I can't think of any now, but I don't want to say that they may have been possible. I did, but as I sit here now, I can't think of any.
I mean, were they a part of the team after you were appointed?
That's what I said earlier. My recollection is that they were.
Okay. With the toll record subpoenas for the senators, one of the lines requested was a Senate land.
I don't remember. Everybody talking about that lady in the back. I don't remember her name. She actually is a member of Congress, and she does speak. I don't remember her name, but that lady in the back, she was nervous. She was like, she was moving too much for me. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Zoe Lofgren. Thank you. And she speaks, but I don't know why she was sitting behind him at that point.
Did you know about that?
I don't recall knowing about any particular lines. My role, as I saw it, was to understand who my prosecutors thought we should be getting toll records for, to make sure we had a basis for that under the statute, a reasonable basis. I don't recall discussions about how they figured out what lines we would be going for.
Because at least in the House, if you place a call from a landline in the House, it goes out scrambled. So, to the extent DOJ thinks they have the right number, it's, it would be scrambled. And so it's just raises questions as to why the office would subpoena toll records for a Senate landline. And you don't have any additional information or recollections on that?
I really don't.
Okay.
Again, might not have been him.
There was some litigation with AT&T over the subpoenas for the Senate lines. Do you have any recollection of that?
Was it litigation, or I know I saw, or I was shown that there was a letter that from AT&T to Senator Grassley. I don't recall any litigation.
Okay, maybe litigation was the wrong word, but AT&T, I guess, pushed back on the toll records subpoena, and according to them, after they pushed back and said they weren't comfortable producing the records, the special counsel's office stood down. Do you have any recollections from that?
I don't have any recollection of that.
Okay. And essentially AT&T represented, at least to Senator Grassley's office, that, after they said, no, we're not going to give you those records, your office didn't press the matter further, which raises the question why. But your testimony is you don't have any recollection of that?
I don't have any recollection of it. I also don't know from the letter what the reason they gave for not giving it, but I don't have a memory of any of this.
Okay.
For the record, they're asking him to comment on a letter that AT&T sent to Chuck Grassley and not to him. So when he's saying I have no recollection of this, he didn't ever get this letter. Now, not only are they asking him to talk about things from before he was in the prosecutor's office, they also want him to comment on a letter that AT&T sent to a Republican, like he would know. And by the way, Asa Sophia said, just for the Ryan Crash Out Fund. RGZ said, take my money and run to the bank per Ryan. Frankie, thanks for the super chat. Ray said, for the Ryan Crash Out Fund. And Asa Sophia, just since you're scamming us. Bamarola said, Happy New Year. Greg said, for the scam, brother, damn it. Hey, Howdy said, for the money scam. RTP just scammed my money, says Jerry Mandarin. And Marianne and Burned Out Medic, thank you as well. I appreciate the scam funds.
To the extent members of Congress and senators are up in arms that this happened to them and they're seeking accountability, who should be held accountable for answering these questions?
It's the best answer. I think who should be accountable for this is Donald Trump. These records are people, in the case of the senators, Donald Trump directed his co-conspirators to call these people to further delay the proceedings. He chose to do that. If Donald Trump had chosen to call a number of Democratic senators, we would have got whole records for a number of Democratic senators. So responsibility for why these records, why we collected them, that lies with Donald Trump.
Well, I understand that's your perspective.
And to be clear, they're asking him who should be held accountable. Remember, he followed the law. He's not in violation of the law. He didn't do anything wrong. They've agreed that he did nothing wrong. They had to change the law so that this would now be illegal. So there is no accountability for people. Who should be held accountable for following the law? So it's a great answer. If you're saying who should be accountable for why we have these records, that's Donald Trump. Donald Trump was asking them to make phone calls. In the course of our investigation, people told us that they were told by Donald Trump to make these phone calls. And in order for us to verify what they're saying is correct, we have to get access to these phone numbers. So, Jim Jordan, if you're mad that we have your phone records, take it up with Donald Trump. Don't get mad at us. We were just following the law.
But in terms of there are calls from United States senators to impeach Judge Boasberg because he signed this NDO.
Wait, check out John Ballness. He broke the law by obtaining phone records of GOP while looking for Russian collusion that didn't exist. Who's going to tell John? Who's going to tell John about obtaining phone records of the GOP while looking for Russian collusion that didn't exist? Somebody else needs to tell John. Guys, can you tell John? Can you just let him know? John, this isn't about the Russian collusion case, bud. This is about two other cases, the January 6th case and the Mar-a-Lago case. I have a problem with Republicans being confidently wrong, and this is one of those. You're just making things up, John, all because you don't want to admit that your guy's a criminal. Next time, maybe don't comment.
We've asked you questions, for a good bit now about whether your office should have taken additional steps. So it's either your office, the judge, the carrier. In your view, who needs to be held to account on these toll record subpoenas?
Well, I don't. Certainly, my office did everything consistent with the law and department regulations at the time. As I think we referenced earlier this morning,
John responded, "Wah, John, we're not crying, bud. We're mocking you. This isn't people crying. We're mocking. You're not holding us accountable. You're just saying you're still going. John's still going."
The department regulations on this, since we issued these toll records, has changed. If I believe now, and I believe this is in 2024, if we were to make an NDO application to a judge, we would need to identify if they were members of Congress. And so to the extent you think something needs to be changed, that change happened, but that was not required at the time that we issued these subpoenas.
Okay.
Sort of begs the point, though, doesn't it?
Jim Jordan.
Don't you think? Sort of begs the point. It makes the point, maybe that should have been standard. It should have been burden on the prosecution to actually get that information to them.
It begs the point, he says. It should have been the standard. Says who? Just because you guys changed the law, now that should have been the standard? Jim Jordan changed the law because he didn't like that he had to live under the same laws that all of us. So Jim Jordan and his friends created this new law where members of Congress get treated with kid gloves. They don't get treated like us. Your Republican overlords, MAGA, they said, hey, we don't want to be held accountable for shit, so we're going to write new laws that members of Congress now get to live by. And in the future, if you guys want to go after Democrats' phone records, guess what? You're not going to get them. You're not going to get these phone records anymore because Jim was so upset that his phone records got caught that now they had to change the law. And now they're using that they changed the law as an argument that Jack Smith should have followed the new law that just went into existence this year. Their argument is, you should have followed a law that didn't exist when you were a prosecutor. And Jack Smith, this is how you handle Jim Jordan.
Would you agree?
No, as I said earlier, I think we followed the regulations that they existed at the time. If the regulations that are now in effect were in effect then, we would have followed those regulations.
I just want to circle back for a second. Who first contacted you about taking the position of special counsel?
He said, if you can't hear his question, he said, who first contacted you about the special counsel position? Jack Smith has answered this question to Jim Jordan at this point 3 different times. He has given him the name 3 different times now. Or, well, this will be the 3rd time. I don't know if is Jim Jordan stupid? I think so. Maybe he's so smart he's trying to set up a trap. This is the 3rd time he's asked that same question. Take notes, Jim.
Marshall Miller.
Same guy you reached out to early on.
Correct.
He said you'd be interested in the right position. So when did he call you?
It was some point, I told you earlier, there was this initial conversation where I said, right. Some point after that, he contacted me about ultimately the position that I ended up having.
Okay, and I'm trying to find out when that was, because you called him when he took the job in the summer of 22, which is before President Trump announces he's running for president, before you get appointed by the Attorney General. I want to know when you.
He wants the exact date of a phone call that happened 3 years ago. That's what he's asking for right now. Could you guys tell me the exact date of any phone call you took 3 years ago? There's nothing about this. Like, he's already said, I called this guy before. I told him I was interested in a DOJ job if one came up that he thought I'd be good for. Months later, he called him and offered him a DOJ job. So they're not hiding anything here. Jack Smith said, I'm interested. When he found a job that he thought would be good for Jack Smith, he called and offered that job to Jack Smith. So cornering here with a gotcha now of like, what date? What was the exact date? It's irrelevant. If you want to know the date, you could subpoena his phone records. But does that change any part of this story? I don't think so.
To Mr. Miller the 2nd time, or the 3rd time, or how many times did you talk to him?
Between the time that I originally reached out to Marshall Miller and the time that I was appointed as special counsel, I spoke to Marshall Miller several times.
Several times, okay. And then he's the one who first asked you, would you be interested in being the special counsel? Is that right?
I don't remember how he phrased it, but my recollection, to the extent I have one, is it was not phrased in terms of being the special counsel. I think it was in terms of being involved in these investigations.
And again, when was that?
I'm having trouble recollecting. It definitely was after he first reached out to me.
Wait. I thought you called him first.
I'm sorry, you're right. I after I first reached out to him, we had multiple conversations between then and when I was in the summer.
Watch MAGA right now. They're going to get really excited about this. They're going to get really excited about the fact that he now just said he reached out to me. I thought he reached out to you, or you reached out to him. Oh yeah, that's right. Correct it. This is literally their best. This is honestly their best moment. This is Republicans' best moment that he incorrectly said he reached out, or that they had reached out to him. That's it.
When he takes a position as number 3 guy in Justice Department between November 18th, 2022, when you get named, you had multiple discussions, multiple conversations.
Yes, I just also to be clear.
Citizens, what are you watching? He said he didn't know how it was phrased. He knows what was said. He said, I don't remember exactly how he phrased it. Yeah, that's a call 3 years ago. You're going to remember exactly how it was phrased?
Were about this position.
Not saying word. Okay. Multiple conversations. Did he ask you to, did he talk about special counsel position, the one you took, prior to the Attorney General asking you to take the job? I thought you said yes to that earlier.
Yeah, what I'm trying to remember is my recollection, and it is a little vague, is that the idea that working on these cases would be in the format of being a special counsel. My recollection, that it's imperfect, is that was very shortly
Okay, so
before
what
I
did you
was
say?
appointed.
Did you talk about Arctic Frost? Did you talk about Plasma Gecko? Did you talk about these investigations, the Florida case, DC case? What did you talk about?
I don't recall him ever talking about Arctic Frost or Plasma. I don't remember.
Those are some names. Did you talk about the two cases?
Yes, at some point it was not clear to me whether when he first, my recollection again, and it's not perfect, is it wasn't clear to me if it would be working on one case or the other or both. I'm not clear of how that first came up.
Okay. And these conversations were before President Trump announced that he was running for president?
Yes.
Okay. And were they before the midterm elections in 22?
When were the midterm elections?
November. First Tuesday after the first Monday in November.
I think I spoke to him both before that and after that.
Okay. And then how did it go down at the end? Did you tell Mr. Miller, you know what, President Trump's announced they may be considered? How did it go? Did you tell Mr. Miller, I'd be interested if there's an official special counsel? How did it go after President Trump announces?
Just for the chat, just so in general, I know that you guys are getting frustrated. We're talking about this deposition of Jack Smith. We're not talking about trans people. We're not talking about Minnesota right now. We already covered that. You can come back a different day. I just want you to know that this is not a free speech environment. You don't get to come in and talk about whatever you want. And so my mods will just, it's the rule here. We have a strict immigration policy. You come here and you assimilate to our rules. And the rules are you can say kind of whatever you want about me, and you can talk about the topic that we're talking about. But if you're trying to change the topic, you can go start your own platform for that. But like, I have no problem with heavy mutes today. I'm not worried about viewership at all. If we knock it down to 8 viewers, that's fine by me. Stay on topic, please. Thank you.
How'd that conversation go?
My recollection of this is that I was asked if I would accept the position if it were offered to me, and that was before President Trump announced his candidacy.
When you were sworn in as special counsel when you were in Amsterdam, is that correct?
Yes.
Who swore you in?
I don't recall.
And was it over Zoom or something?
Don't recall.
Or was someone present? Was Mr. Cooney or Mr. Cooney and Bratt and several folks came to visit you in Amsterdam? Is that right?
Not in Amsterdam. I was in The Hague, in the Netherlands. They probably flew into Amsterdam.
Okay.
Yeah. And yes, they came to see me shortly after I was appointed.
But you don't remember who administered the oath? Who can administer the oath? Like, who's authorized the DOJ to administer the oath?
I don't know.
But you did take an oath. You remember that?
I do recall that. Yeah.
But you don't remember whether it was was it in the Netherlands?
I was still in the Netherlands, is my recollection.
Okay. So it had to be either a DOJ official came to see you, or it had to be over Zoom, right? Those were the options?
Or over the phone. I really don't have a recollection that I can help you here.
Okay. And do you know the total cost of your probe?
I do not.
Rough? Can you give a rough estimate? Or?
Well, the special counsel, our office, consistent with past special counsels, gives a public report of expenditures, and the last, I'm not sure if the last one that we covered, the last however many period of time was ever actually published, and so you'd have to add that into the total. So that's why I say I don't know.
At the time, the last published
when you say what are these questions supposed to do, they're trying to just cast doubt. I'm not really 100% sure their goal here. Trump's not going to likely face trial for this. If he's smart, when he leaves office, he'll just take a pardon. He'll just resign a day before and leave office and take a pardon for this. If not, these charges will be brought back up. I'm not 100% sure. Some people have speculated that they're trying to prove that Jack Smith was like illegally appointed, which is it's like a silly Republican thing. The president's allowed to do this. The attorney general's allowed to appoint a special prosecutor. It's not like if you forget one tiny step, then that it's invalidated. That's what Republicans are trying to argue now at this point. Just any dumbass argument. I'm not sure what their plan is here. They didn't want this to happen. They didn't want Jack Smith here. especially not publicly. So he called their bluff. He's like, yeah, because they were like, we're going to bring you in and testify behind closed doors. And if it's behind closed doors and this never comes out, then they get to go out and they get to say whatever they want. And Jim Jordan would go out there and be like, he kept telling me he had no recollection of dates. He couldn't explain why our records were subpoenaed. They gave us no good reason. But now that it's here, they actually have to put on some sort of performance. They have to make it look good somehow. And I think this is just the best they could come up with, because Jack Smith is smart and knew what they would do, and he called their bluff. And he's like, I'll come if it's public. So here we are.
Or I think it was at 20 million.
Okay, I don't recall that. Whatever is in the public reporting on this would be accurate.
Okay. The genesis of the alternate electors case started with the National Archives.
When you say they brought up the toll and that led to this case, one, this isn't a case, it's a hearing. And two, actually what led to this hearing is for years, Jack Smith has been asking if he could come testify, and they've been telling him no.
Is that your understanding? They first raised flags that they were receiving alternate electors to the Justice Department?
That I believe would have been well before I was special counsel.
Okay. And when you became special counsel, was that...
Guys, Ryan, let me just show you something. Ryan's back. Let me just show you what Jen sent me. This is Ryan's messages here. Stop all donation to this scammer of RTP Talk. He's stealing your money from a YouTube video on the news. Then warning, RTP Talk scam show. He got your money and going to the bank in Switzerland. Private account of all his donation he scammed from vipers like you. Watch his eyes. RTP Talk is look how much money he's making on this video he found on YouTube. Stop all donation. When you make a donation with credit cards, he got your bank account number. Stop and call authority. RTP Talk has found this video and made a copy. He's using this video only for making money from people who believe like he does. Oh, it's Ryan equals Bobby G. Don't say that. You know Bobby G's watching this and recording it for receipts.
He keeps going. He sent other stuff since then. But I mean, we're almost there. So if you guys want to, fall to our scam, that we would appreciate it.
Thank you. We're headed to Switzerland. The flight's after the show. It's going to be great. All right, keep going.
Part of your, where did the alternate electors case stand? When you became the special counsel in November of 2022.
So the fake elector scheme was part of what I was investigating, and it ultimately became part of the charges in the case.
Okay, but where did it stand as of November 2022?
Where did it stand? I think the people assigned to that investigation were investigating it. Exactly how many interviews they conducted, things of that nature, I can't recall as I sit here right now.
Before you became the special counsel, there was an effort to get DOJ moving on this, and an individual named Amanda Vaughn, a prosecutor on J.P. Cooney's team, indicated that DOJ would not be pursuing the case. Were you aware of that?
Was this when I was special counsel?
This is before you became special counsel.
I don't recall that.
And so the question ultimately is it seems like the alternate electors matter, it seems like it was subject to a lot of starts and stops. And wanted to know whether after you became the special counsel in November of 2022, were there any starts and stops, or was that a full speed ahead on that probe?
That was a part of the case that we investigated from the time I started until the indictment. It ended up being one of the most powerful parts of the case.
This is one of my favorite parts. Now what he's done, he's in full control. He gets more confident as this goes on. He's there now. And what he's doing now is they don't have very good questions. And so you'll notice he waits. He doesn't quickly answer their question, and they get nervous and they just keep rambling. And he waits until they have to repeat. So anytime they try a gotcha question, he'll sit there for a moment. Maybe he's really confused. Maybe he's not. But he requires them to answer their question again. And you can hear, for the first time it's confident, and then the second time they'll stutter and it's a shitty question. He's so fucking good at this. I was howling watching this. I was up till 2 a.m. watching this. I could not stop. It's when I say I've never seen a more lopsided deposition, this is what I'm talking about. And it's proof, watch even the chat, they can't even land a punch on Jack. They've given up even trying to attack him. They're just going after me, which is exactly what I would do, because what kind of punch are you going to land on Jack? He said and can't remember exact dates from 3 years ago. This is such a mismatch. This is Indiana, Alabama. Take that, Roll Tide.
Electors who were going to be witnesses. I referenced earlier a congressman from Pennsylvania who had said this was an attempt to overthrow the government. We had other electors who said, I was told that this would only be used if we won in litigation. And obviously the record in our case showed that the co-conspirators were trying to use their elector votes despite that fact. And again, this goes to the point I made earlier. These are people who wanted to be electors for Donald Trump. They are not people who are opposed to him. They were not people who are from a different political party or enemies. And so the fact that we had elector witnesses like that who felt either they'd been misled or they felt that this whole effort was an attempt to overthrow the government, I thought that was pretty powerful evidence. And so we moved that part of the investigation forward with the rest of the case.
Did your office coordinate with state officials?
You mean interview state officials?
No, coordinate. Several other state probes cropped up, in Arizona, in Fulton County, Georgia, and I'm wondering how you coordinated those efforts.
One of these guys he's talking about in the fake elector scheme and these people that testified for Trump was a man named Rusty Bowers. He was, I'm trying to remember what his exact role elected office was, but he was an elector here in Arizona. And he was getting phone calls from Rudy Giuliani regularly, trying to get him to involve himself in the fake elector scheme. And this fucked with him so much that when Kamala Harris came to Arizona, he spoke on stage and endorsed her.
I know that we got inquiries from state authorities. I'm aware of that.
Board elections.
My recollection
speaker.
is that we did not share any evidence with them. And I don't think, my recollection is we did not get any evidence from them. We got it from, that is my recollection, that it was all or largely from public
state
sources.
rep.
Okay. Was there somebody on your team who had responsibility for liaisoning with the Attorney General for the
Rusty Bowers was the Speaker of the Arizona House. Thank you, guys.
state of Arizona, Chris Mays?
I don't believe so, but also the liaisoning, I don't think that, my recollection is that there was not like an ongoing discussion. What I was thinking of, I know we got a letter, for example, from the Attorney General in New Mexico asking for information from us. I don't have a specific recollection as well as to other states. It may well be that we got other inquiries.
So there was no proactive coordination?
No.
Okay, there was no proactive coordination, regular communications with Chris Mays' office in Arizona?
I don't recall any regular communications, but I'm hesitating just because I don't recall, as I sit here, how many times they might have reached out to us or that sort of thing.
Right. How about with the Fulton County DA's office with Fonnie Willis and
So now they're trying to come up with a conspiracy. Now they've moved on to, you worked with other prosecutions. And what he has said multiple times is, I didn't really want to work with their prosecutions. I didn't want to work with them. They had reached out to our office from time to time. We never reached out to them. And we didn't want to work with them specifically because we didn't want this to look like we were acting in coordination with them.
Mr. Wade?
Yeah, I've never had contact with either of those people.
Okay, do you know if anyone on the special counsel team, on your team, had contact with him after you were appointed in November of 2022?
I don't believe so. I will just say, though, that one of the things we were investigating was things that happened in Fulton County. Particularly, there was an...
So, by the way, and even if he did, let's just say in all these times he says, I don't recall, even if he did work in coordination with those offices, it's still not a crime. It still wouldn't change any of these facts. You guys are grasping at straws, and I'm really enjoying this. This is going exactly how I expected it to go.
An election worker by the name of Ruby Freeman, her mother, and she was the mother of a woman named Shay Moss. They were people that Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump targeted with absolutely false claims of election fraud, claims that Rudy Giuliani...
Maddie, now I'm gonna start talking again. Where I'm just to piss you off. I only stopped this video, Maddie, to piss you off. There we go.
Giuliani later admitted he didn't have evidence for claims that he was held liable in defamation for, caused them to endure all these sort of vile threats. And that whole episode, as well as sort of the claims, the false claims about the vote count in Fulton County, we did look into that and collect evidence. I don't have a recollection, as I sit here, that we interacted with the Fulton County DA's office for that, but if we did, it would be only for that.
Okay, did you try to deconflict their prosecution from what you were working on?
Well, we didn't. I was not interested in sharing information with them, so I did not give them information. I'm not even sure. Testing my recollection now, but I don't even think we got a request for information from them.
Did you have coordination as far as scheduling was concerned?
I don't recall anything like that.
Okay, because their proceedings were going on concurrently with your DC case, with the Florida case. So you don't remember you or anyone on your team having communications with Fulton County to coordinate scheduling?
No, I was aware, obviously, that their case was pending, but I did not coordinate any scheduling with them.
Okay. How about with the Attorney General for the state of Michigan?
Again, it may be that they requested information from us. As I sit here right now, I should say I don't have a really good recollection of this subject matter you're talking about, but I don't recall any us giving them information, and I don't recall getting information from them.
Who on your team would have that?
And this is why I say, like, you guys are grasping at straws, M. Allen. Like, saying I don't recall, if you're a good lawyer and you're running a massive investigation, if somebody says, did you have any coordination or did you have any communication with the Attorney General in Michigan? And you say, I don't recall coordinating anything with them. We didn't share information with them. I don't recall any sort of communication. Then if they go back and they find an email sent from the Attorney General of Michigan saying, hey, could we have a meeting with you? And you responding, no, or yeah, check with my secretary, or I'll get back to you. If you say, no, we had no correspondence, then when that comes up, you're going to look like a liar. So it's a smart thing to do to say, I don't recall any correspondence, but I know specifically, as Jack Smith is saying, we didn't share information with them. We weren't interested in sharing information with them. I didn't work with them specifically. Was there any communication? I don't know. It's a great way to protect yourself in case they try and get you on a technicality, but you'll notice that he's adding a caveat on top of it. He's not just saying, I don't recall and quitting. He's saying, I don't recall any communication, but as it pertains to our case, we didn't share information. I wasn't interested in sharing information. We didn't work with them on the case, but it's possible that there could have been a communication in there somewhere. That's why Jack Smith is brilliant, and that's why you are in a YouTube chat right now and you think that that's not the way that you should handle it. This is exactly how you handle things. If there's any lawyers here, every lawyer would tell their client to respond this way. If you aren't 100% sure that there was no communication ever, you should say, I don't recall any, and then you should say what you're sure about and not more than that. He's doing exactly what you would instruct somebody to do.
That information.
No, I'm not saying he's lying without lying. I'm saying he's actually telling the truth. He is saying that we could have had conversation. There could have been communication. I don't recall it, but I know as it pertains to this case, there was not any communication. That's not lying. That's actually, it's accurate.
Well, Thomas Wyndham and Molly Gaston led that case, and along with J.P. Cooney, they would probably be people who might recall these things with more specificity than I am.
Okay. So if somebody has the information, one of those three people should be able to help.
There may be other people in the office as well. I'm saying them because they were the direct supervisors of the prosecutors on that case, and they may have.
Oh, and then also he's giving direct names of people to check. He's like, if you want to check to see if there was communication, these people also could have communicated. Why don't you check them? Here's their direct names. He's giving them all the information he has, because he doesn't. If you were trying to hide this, you would say, I don't recall, and you would leave it at that. You wouldn't be giving names of other people to check into. That's how confident he is.
Recollection.
Same question with the District Attorney of New York's office. Did your office have any communications with that office, coordination?
No recollection of that.
Did you have any communications regarding scheduling?
Again, I have no recollection of that. I was aware of their case pending, but I don't recall any coordination with them.
Did your office or anyone at DOJ, your knowledge, try to dissuade the District Attorney of New York from bringing that case?
I do not recall that at all. And that I'll just say I have a better memory. I do not remember anything like that.
Were you enthusiastic that the District Attorney of New York was bringing that case?
No, I didn't take any position about it.
Okay, because it was going on at the same time that you were trying to.
This is my favorite part of the whole thing. This is, if right now you're kind of listening, pay attention to this, because now they're trying to say, like, were you excited that another case was brought? He said, I didn't take a position on that. And now they're gonna play the poor me Trump thing in the best way I've ever seen. This is by far my favorite part.
Move forward your 2 cases, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have a view that the case out of the District Attorney of New York's office was going to be a distraction? Litigating whether there's payments to some performer and how that relates to the Trump organization's accounting protocols. I mean, that is very different from the 2 cases you were pursuing.
Yeah, the 2 cases are completely different.
And so the question was, do you think that the District Attorney of New York's case presented a distraction for what you were trying to accomplish?
A distraction? I don't know that I thought about it that way. I can't recall any discussions along those lines.
I mean, there were a number of times when you wanted to be in court in D.C. and you had to work around the president's schedule because he was in court in Manhattan, correct?
I'm not sure that's right. Maybe that's right. I don't know if there's a record about that. I don't. I shouldn't be asking you questions, but is there? I don't recall.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, so I'm not disputing you then.
Yeah. What they're asking him is if he was frustrated that Trump had multiple trials going on at the same time, and if he had to sometimes like schedule around Trump's other trials. Yeah, well, Josh, but nobody cares if he knew the details of the case. They're not asking about the details of the case. What they're trying to do, and we'll just frame it. So I have the benefit of I've already watched this. What they're trying to set up right now, this attorney, he's trying to set up an unfairness argument. What they're trying to set up is that Trump had so many prosecutions going on that it was unfair. It wasn't fair that he had to go to court so many times. That's what they're trying to do with this right now. And they're trying to get Jack Smith to take a position. And so that's why they're asking, was it frustrating that you had to schedule your cases around the other cases? He's like, I don't know if that was the case. Maybe it was the case. Maybe we had to choose a different day because he had a New York case. I don't remember. Is there an example of that? They're like, yeah, here's an example of that.
I mean, one of the issues is, the president was represented by, he had his team of lawyers. It was pretty small group. They weren't backed by big law, right? So they didn't enjoy a robust, hundreds of lawyers back at the office to be able to.
The argument now is one of the richest men in the world, in this country specifically, and the former president couldn't get any good lawyers. No good lawyers wanted to take his case. That's what the argument is now. It's not fair. Good lawyers wouldn't work with him. Perhaps that could have had something to do with a history of lawyers representing Trump and then losing their law license after. Perhaps it could have something to do with the fact that they didn't think he had a very good case. Maybe they thought he was a dipshit. But you know who else doesn't have access to the best attorneys in the world? All of us. You have attorneys. The attorneys are who they are. Trump had 3 teams. He fired 3 different teams. He was going through lawyers like a shit through a goose. Any lawyer who ever stood up to him was like, hey, we can't do this. This is going to be unlawful. He's like, you're fired. And he just kept rolling in new lawyer after new lawyer after new lawyer. But when I tell you to this time put a towel down, I mean it. The dismantling of this question is the best thing I've ever seen.
Digest some of these things. And so, President Trump's lawyers, were required to be in New York part of the week, and then they had to come to D.C., and then they had to go to Florida. And so the question is, did you ever coordinate with the District Attorney of New York to, maybe not be at trial one day so you could have the president and his lawyers here in D.C.?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And was any of that a distraction?
It wasn't a distraction from us because, as you said, that case had nothing to do with our case.
Okay. There were a number of times that I believe Jay Bratt took the position that the president ought to go get some more lawyers. Like if Todd Blanche and John Lauro, if they can't handle all these cases, they should just go find different attorneys for President Trump. Were you aware of that?
Hey, Cuckoo Jubu, I'm not the one saying he can't get good lawyers. The Republican lawyer is saying he couldn't get good lawyers. I'm not making that argument. The Republicans are making that argument. Don't get mad at me. They just said he couldn't get big law. Nobody would work with him. It wasn't fair. He couldn't get all these good lawyers. They refused to work with him. I didn't say it. The Republicans said it. Don't get mad at me. I'm just delivering the message.
Statement by Mr. Bratt?
What context was that?
Before the court in D.C. and Florida. Actually, Mr. Bratt was in Florida.
Yeah, I don't think Mr. Bratt appeared in court in D.C.
In Florida, I'm sorry.
What he just said there is it wasn't fair because Trump's lawyers had to go from New York to D.C. And then he brought up a specific lawyer, Bratt, and they said, oh, he was only on the Florida case. Trump had 2 sets of attorneys working these cases. He didn't have the same attorney working all of his cases. He had different teams of attorneys. You know who else had different teams of attorneys? Jack Smith. There was 1 set of attorneys for the case in Virginia, 1 set of attorneys for the case in Florida. They weren't, it's not like Trump had a team of lawyers working all these cases at once. He already fucked up his own argument. He's like, what about Attorney Bratt? He was only in Florida. Oh yeah, that's right. He was only Florida. Immediately, the only example he gives isn't going back and forth from New York to Florida. He's just in Florida.
You could direct me to specifically what he said. As I sit here now, I don't recall that, but I'm not denying that happened.
Maybe we'll revisit that, but we can point you to.
Sure.
But you would certainly agree that the president gets to pick who his lawyers are, and if he wants to have Todd Blanche and John Lauro and not others, that that's something that the government ought to be able to work with, correct?
Sure, although, I not this case, but other cases, I've seen judges say that if you're going to pick lawyers because they're unavailable, that you can't do that. And if
that was the case here.
Well, if you're picking lawyers because they that will allow you sort of delay the case, that's not something that judges usually put up with.
But President Trump, nobody from Big Law would represent him. Isn't that a pretty well-established case?
I don't know that.
And like Mr. Blanche had to leave his firm to take on the representation.
I know he chose to leave his firm. I don't know the circumstances behind that.
Isn't it known that no lawyers will take his case? I haven't heard that. And then Blanche, he had to leave just because that's all Trump could find. I didn't know that. I'd heard he left. I don't know. Ask him.
Maybe it comes as a surprise to you, but there are really 2 different Washingtons when it comes to lawyers, and Big Law downtown just does not have a great appetite for hiring.
Okay, listen to this now. Now this is Big Law is unfair, and he's going to say why Big Law is unfair. The first part was they don't have a big appetite for
former Trump alumni, lawyers that work in the Trump administration with Republicans generally. Are you aware of that?
They don't hire people that worked for Trump in the Trump administration. This is now their argument. Big Law will hire attorneys that worked for Trump in his administration. This is their big argument now.
I have not worked in Big Law. I've been a public servant my whole career. That's the world I know.
Okay. By contrast, the lawyers on the January 6th committee, they leave the Hill one day and they're immediately gobbled up by Big Law very quickly. That just doesn't happen with Republicans. Would you agree?
That Republicans don't get jobs as lawyers? I'm sorry.
At big law firms.
I don't actually know that that's true. Again, this isn't a world I have worked in, but I think there are Republicans at big law firms.
Okay.
I love it so much.
Republicans that represented Donald Trump zealously?
I haven't kept track of that, but you'd said Republicans at law firms, so.
Okay. Mark Schulte. I'm interrupting the tape, which isn't tape. This is a YouTube video, so I'm going to guess you are a fucking boomer. And I'm interrupting and stopping this because of your whiny bitch ass. This is publicly available. There's a full Jack Smith video deposition. The House Oversight released it. I think this is the Midas Touches. I think they also released it. It's publicly available to anybody right now. If I don't interrupt this and add my commentary, YouTube gets mad at me. But I've interrupted it enough. Right now, Mark Schulte, I just want you to know that we are paused because you are a whiny bitch on the internet. You can go watch it somewhere else. Enough people care to what I say that they're here, Mark. Do you need to figure out how to find a different stream, you whiny little bitch? We're going to do it for 10 more seconds, too. Everybody be quiet. I'm not even going to count down. We're going to sit here in silence for 10 seconds because Boomer Mark is very upset. All right, Mark, let's be on our best behavior from now on, all right? Thanks.
When your office filed its proposed DC schedule in August of 2023, were you aware that your office also had a concurrent schedule, operating in the Southern District of Florida? I mean, you essentially had two cases going at once.
Correct.
And so how did you deconflict those scheduling appearances?
Well, there were two separate groups of lawyers working on those cases.
Mark, do you need us to help you get out of here? Do you need us to ban you from the chat so you can go find? Are you unaware how to get out of this YouTube? Now I got to stop it again for you, Mark. Are you stuck in here? Did we accidentally trap Mark in here? Jen, did you drag Mark into our YouTube chat? And when he was trying to get he was just trying to watch the testimony. You got to stop dragging people in here against their will. I've asked you not to do that.
I'm sorry, and I'm my bad. But I was just going to say, Mark is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah, just stop. He was just going through YouTube trying to find Jack Smith's testimony, and you dragged him in here. Now he's stuck, can't get out.
I mean, that sucks. I am kind of an asshole.
All
It's my thing. So.
Okay. There we go. On YouTube, Mark, type in Jack Smith deposition. You can go find it. Have a good day, Mark. It was good talking to you.
This is one in the classified documents case, one in the investigations.
Got to teach the guy how to fucking search YouTube.
I'm sorry?
Was that the case for President Trump as well?
I'm trying to recall. I know John Lauro, who I think was the lead counsel in the Washington, D.C. case. I don't believe he had any involvement in the Florida case. And I know Christopher Keiss, I think was his name, was in the Florida case and didn't have any involvement here. I don't know. Also, I should say, I don't know how many lawyers.
Guys, don't say things like Mark needs a MapQuest printout to get out of the live. That's just mean. Don't say things like that.
The lawyers in court President Trump had that were supporting one case or the other case.
In February of 2024, your office proposed an April hearing in the Southern District of Florida. At the time, you were aware that President Trump was scheduled for a full-day jury trial proceedings in New York on April 1st, 2nd, and 4th. So your proposal required the president to attend trial in New York on April 1st and 2nd, travel to Florida for a hearing on April 3rd, and return to New York for trial on April 4th. Do you recall that type of extraordinary logistics the president was put through?
Can you say that back to me? I just didn't. You said some dates in the beginning. If I could just hear it again.
On February 29th, 2024, your office proposed an April 3rd hearing in the Florida case.
Okay.
At the time, President Trump was scheduled for full-day jury trial in New York on April 1st, 2nd, and 4th. So you could pick the 3rd, the one day that he had off from trial. Does that ring any bells as we refresh you about that?
It doesn't ring bells, but I want to be clear. I'm not denying that those dates are accurate.
Now they're saying, why couldn't you pick dates that were more kind to President Trump? Sorry, the days that you choose trial, like he can't be in two places at once, so you have to choose his off days. Perhaps maybe he shouldn't have been such a fucking criminal.
I mean, do you think that's reasonable in hindsight?
I think our requests to the court were reasonable, yes.
And you think it's reasonable that President Trump had to be in New York on the 1st, 2nd, and 4th, and then travel to Florida on the 3rd?
Oh, no. Not a 2-hour fucking flight on his private jet. Oh, no. It's not fair that you made him fly.
I think our requests were reasonable, yes.
Just to clarify, what kind of hearing was it? You said a hearing in the Southern District?
Okay, I'm convinced of this part. I am convinced that they did this just to fuck them up. I actually think this was petty. This is Jack Smith's counsel. He doesn't say much, but I'm 100% convinced they did this just to make Republicans look like they didn't know what they were talking about, and it works.
Florida on April 3rd. Is there any more information about what kind of hearing it was? I mean, was it just a status conference or something different?
As we understand it, President Trump had to be there. I think, if it's a status conference, I'm sure the judge.
Now, for all of you MAGA who said Jack Smith should know, this is also an attorney. What did he need to be there for? Was it a status conference? Our understanding is he had to be there. Look what happens when you just ask these Republicans one question. Watch them fall apart now for one question.
We only have about
That's right. You can move on.
left, so
I didn't mean to delay things. No, you can keep going.
I'm convinced. This is all speculation, but I'm convinced he did that just because he knew they didn't know. Because there's no reason for him to ask that question, right? Because what they're trying to say is that like Jack Smith was trying to make Trump travel and trying to fuck him up. There's no reason to ask that question. It makes no sense. He just asked like what type of hearing it was. Was it a status hearing or what kind of hearing was it? I think he just knew that they didn't know. Because I don't know what that benefits you to ask what that hearing was, but beautiful.
Okay. Mr. Smith, can I just ask a few questions? When you were hired in November of 22, how did the department educate you about the predications for the investigation? What evidence had been collected?
I got educated on the cases by debriefing with the people who were leading the investigations.
And in terms of when that full autonomy was handed over, how quickly did that happen?
Sure. So I was appointed on November 18th, that Friday. And time difference, right, because I'm in The Hague.
Yep.
I requested that evening that someone get on a plane to come over and debrief me immediately.
Who that was?
It was J.P. Cooney was the first person who came over.
He came alone?
I believe he did, in my recollection right now, and I think he got there, maybe it was still, I can't remember if it was Saturday or Sunday, but he got there Sunday and began giving me a summary of the work.
And was that just digital case files? Was it hard copies?
It was oral.
Somebody clip this. Rewind this and clip it. I want it on my soundboard, this next part.
All oral?
He came over to debrief me oral, yes.
When was the first time you started to look at some of the materials? Only reason I'm asking, DOJ alum, when I got an investigative memo, I start going through and looking through the materials myself.
I did that.
Yep.
I'm having difficulty remembering exactly when that happened, but I certainly did that. It was early on.
In terms of the way you approach this, did you go through and kind of review the predication for all of the investigative steps that have been taken to that point?
Review the predication for
So whether it's pen register, search warrants, did you review all of that, or were you just looking at kind of the summaries of the information the evidence had been collected?
I think I was looking at kind of the overall where the investigation was at this point in time.
Okay. In terms of the staff decisions that you made, how soon did you start staffing up your office?
Well, the office was primarily staffed with people who had already been on the investigations. The majority, I think, were people who had already been on the investigations, and so there was a period of time shortly after I appointed where they had to determine if they were going to stay on the investigation.
Did you ultimately make that decision?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go and meet with every one of those individuals?
I was still in The Hague at that point in time, and so J.P. Cooney had those meetings.
In regards to the law enforcement officers, did you have any say in which agents worked for this investigation?
The squads that worked on these investigations were the same squads that were already working on the investigations when I took them over.
Did you amend those that personnel at all?
The FBI?
Yeah.
I don't recall doing that.
Okay. And then just to follow up on what he said, was there ever any contact between you or any of your team with some of those other prosecutorial offices, whether it be DA, AGs?
I do think this is Tom Cotton, whoever said that. I do think it's Tom Cotton.
For the purposes of evidence sharing, information sharing.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I don't have a recollection of that.
But was there a policy as boss of the office? Did you have a policy with that? If someone had done that, would they have had to report it up the chain to you?
Yeah, if someone had said, I want to call Bonnie Willis and have a conversation and get evidence from them, I would expect no one would do that unless I said it was all right.
And in your recollection, that never happened?
I don't have a recollection of that. As I said, I just want to be as clear as I can. I don't have a great recollection of specifics with different attorney general's offices, but my recollection is we did get reached out by offices. I'm thinking of one letter I do recall.
By the way, he also cleared this up too, that there were two, I don't remember the names, there were two other people that handled that communication, and he gave the Republicans those two names, and it said like, I don't really have a recollection of that. It wasn't something that like I really handled. That communication was done through these two people. You want to check with them, but I personally don't have any recollection of that. So if there is communication there and they find that communication, what you would expect to see if Jack Smith's telling the truth here is that that communication would be between those two members or other members of the team, and maybe they briefed him on it and he forgot, but it wouldn't be communication between him and them.
May have been, yeah.
Other officers reached out to you.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I recall, and so there may have been interactions as that result. As I sit here, I don't recall asking
You
them
initiated.
or asking them for evidence. But again, I think, as I directed, I think the people who are the team leaders on those cases and JP Cooney might have a closer recollection of that.
But your memory is there was
Yeah, I
no
do have the
outreach to get
deposition
to
sped
approve
up.
or sign off on.
Outreach that I did sign off on. I don't recall anything like that.
And who did the letter come from? Again, just refresh my memory. So you got one
The
letter.
only one I remember is I remember we got a letter from the Attorney General in, I believe it was New Mexico. That's my recollection.
Okay. Anyone else in the Justice Department, just again to circle back, you talked about the series of conversations you had with Mr. Miller, the PAYDAG. Anyone else in the Justice Department you talked with prior to Mr. Garland offering you the position of special counsel? You talked to the DAG, you talked to Lisa Monaco.
Well, yeah, so I flew to the United States from The Hague at some point in late October, and I met the Attorney General and I met Lisa Monaco.
They're not. They don't have microphones in front of their face. That's why they're quiet. I think the microphones are just here, so they're off. They're off camera in a way, so they don't have a mic in front of them. It's mostly the attorneys that are talking, and they can jump in when they want to. But usually the members of Congress that are speaking, they don't have a mic in front of them. That's why it's a little quieter.
That was in late October of 22.
Okay. And anyone else in that meeting? Mr. Miller in that meeting?
So it wasn't a meeting. It was separate. I was at the DOJ. I met with Lisa Monaco. And then separately from that, I met with the Attorney General. I do recall the meeting with the Attorney General wasn't that long. Matt Clapper was present for that meeting, and I believe Marshall Miller was present for that meeting. With regards to Lisa Monaco, I cannot recall if Mr. Miller was there or not. He may have or he may not have been.
And the subject matter of both meetings, one with Ms. Monaco and the other one with Mr. Clapper and Mr. Garland was what?
They asked me about my work in The Hague. That was what both conversations were about. And I just also add, that same trip, I also went and spoke to the Human Rights section at DOJ about the work I was doing in The Hague for the State Department.
That was all? That's all you talked about was your work in The Hague?
My work in The Hague and sort of like my experience as a prosecutor, my sort of how I viewed the job. We didn't talk about these investigations, to my recollection.
This guy spent his entire life prosecuting the worst criminals in the world, and because he prosecuted Donald Trump, we have like just bitch ass titty boys here in the titty milk boys here in the chat going, send this man to jail. He's ruined this country. We get it. We get it. You love Donald Trump. We get it. This guy has put more awful criminals in jail than maybe virtually anybody. Like, he's the top 1% of the 1%. He's been trusted by multiple administrations to go after the worst people in the world. And he went after a guy, like an actual convicted felon, a guy who has been a criminal his whole life. But because you are so obsessed with Donald Trump, you have decided that Jack Smith is a criminal and a problem. Yeah, there it is. There we go. Let it all out, Matt. Let it all out, Matt. That's the titty boy energy we're expecting there. Mama's milk's not coming in anymore. Matt's getting grumpy.
Was it an interview?
In hindsight, yes.
Okay.
But
okay, go ahead.
In hindsight, yes, but it wasn't in the sense of I wasn't asked about. I don't recall being asked about these investigations.
Fair enough. In your conversation with Mr. Miller, had he already communicated to the Attorney General and Lisa Monaco that you were interested in the special counsel position if in fact that was going to be done?
I wouldn't know.
Sorry, I just want to clarify that the timing on that. This was end of October 2022, and Chairman Jordan, your question assumed that there was discussion about the special counsel position. Did Marshall Miller convey that to Lisa Monaco or Mayor Garland that Mr. Smith was interested in that position? I just want to clarify, because I thought I heard you say earlier that the discussion was not necessarily in the context of a special counsel appointment. Or is that not right?
Well, they asked me about my work in The Hague and my work as a prosecutor, I don't know what conversations Mr. Miller had with them when I wasn't there.
But you said earlier you had conversations with Mr. Miller about the two investigations, not special counsel specifically, but about DC investigation, Florida investigation. And then you've also said that in the meeting with the Attorney General and Mr. Clapper and the other meeting with Lisa Monaco, you didn't have discussions about those two investigations. Is that accurate?
That's right, with the addition that I can't place when the conversations about generally working on the investigations was, but I think my recollection, to the extent I can remember this, is that it was sometime before I took this trip to Washington, D.C.
So those conversations with Mr. Miller about the investigations took place prior to you sitting down with the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General.
I believe that's right, but I want to emphasize that my recollection here is not as sharp as it has been on other subjects that we've talked about today.
Derek, hours up, simple to stop. The April 3rd hearing was a pretrial motion.
Okay, thank you.
Doesn't matter. You can leave it on. We'll now go off the record.
All right. We don't have time to go through the next one. I'll actually finish up on Monday. We'll go over the Democrats' deposition, and then we'll get back to the news. But that's what we got today. Nothing. Big nothing burger. For those Republicans who stuck through this, you did a great job. We had a lot of big emotions today, and we expect some outbursts now and then from you guys. And thanks for sticking around. Jumar says, I'm a big fan of getting debriefed followed by oral. Michelle says, love your show. Thanks. Soli said, I need to change my name from Mark to literally anything else. Greg said, lawyers also like to get paid. Who knew? Soli said, I'm not a lawyer, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn last night. And as such, Jack Smith is killing it. Love you all. Kimmy said, clank, clank, Niners going to tank. I did not like that at all. Go Hawks. No. Phil, thank you. Phil says, here's my bank information. Cam says, don't give your scam to RTP money. He will give you Sweden to bank. He is look at eyes, fuck the Niners, do not money his RTP is scam, be good patriot. I do not give Facebook permission to use my pictures. Thank you, God bless. Shannon said, take my money, you dirty scammer. Ray said, Happy New Year to the team. Thanks for everything you do. Thanks, Ray. Jamar said, if you end up using my bank account info, just make sure it's only on adult and sex-related products. I think I got that. Salient said, for Ryan's crash out fun. Greg said, Ryan clearly won't be filling out a Mensa application. Well, he could maybe send it to Mr. Jones. I think Mr. Jones runs Mensa, doesn't he? Lee said, I fall for this scam every day. Jamie said, donation from Ryan. He said he couldn't send from his account due to funds tracking. Cascus, I said, he should say, is there any other questions for when I have, let's see. He should say, is there any other questions you have for when I was present to witness these events? But he's too professional. Go Broncos. Happy New Year's. Go Scammers. I am Jim. Verm, thank you very much. Kim said, this is for the money scam talk show host. An amazing Jen. Thank you, Pink. Chrissy says, scam me harder, daddy. Kathy, thank you for joining the Dollar Train. Ryan said, for the good Ryan. I think I got those. RGG said, take my money and run to the bank. Per Ryan. I got those. Wasn't me said, from another nerd, thank you for today. I thought the nerds would like it today. Today was nerd day. Jessica says, happy Friday. Thank you, Jessica. Chelsea said, we got rolled. Sorry for being a bully. That's right, Chelsea. Chelsea's been sending me like Alabama shit all week on Instagram, and then you get drummed by Indiana. Alexa said, Ryan told me not to. Thank you. Walter said, RTP scam. Romana said, scam me harder. Damien said, bang, bang. Niner gang. There we go. Danny said, scam me, daddy. Christina said, scam me. Jack said, buy them in truth and evidence. Alfredo said, to keep the grift going. Sonia said, keep on keeping on. Thank you very much. I think I got all of them. Let me check Jen's. I think we're good. Jen, did I miss anything?
I don't think so. I think I got them all.
All right, guys, that's it for it's Friday. That's it. Sorry about Friendly Friday today. My gift for Friendly Friday was nerding out all day long. I appreciate you guys being here. We'll be back on Monday, and every Monday, every weekday, Monday through Friday, 8:30 to noon Pacific Standard Time. Reminder, on Monday, we have our members-only event where we're going to watch 2 more episodes of Dope Sick. You need to be a paid member either on TikTok, YouTube, or Twitch. So if you're not a paid member and you'd like to, it's a good idea to do it now. And then you just have to link your account through Discord. You can reach out to a mod on Discord how to do that, and we'll get you in. Am I missing anything? I don't think I have any other announcements. Did I miss anything, Jen?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right, everybody. Take care of yourselves this weekend. Drink some water. Say something nice about yourself. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer. If you're here to set up and have a raid set up, that'd be great. Tell Mark to sent you. And wherever you go on TikTok, tell Mark to sent you.